Bill.
All right, let's get started, everyone. Mr. Evans, we ready?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order our regular city council meeting. The date is June 5th and the time is 6:07 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Here.
If we can check Ms. Hall's microphone to preserve the record, please.
Councilperson Kashama Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Councilperson Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullough is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair,
Chadwick McCoy, I'm here. I don't think I said that. But I'm
Chair
here.
Pro Tem Charlotte McCoy.
Here, thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we can have a moment of silence, and we have a special student with us here tonight. If Miss Monet Herbert could join me at the podium, please. Miss Monet is a third grader at Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Elementary. She enjoys playing with her two siblings and aspires one day to become a child therapist in Palm Beach County School District. She's joined us. If everyone could please give a round of applause for Miss Monet Herbert. And if everyone can please rise, we will start after you, Miss Monet.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic in which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you again for joining us, Ms. Monet. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Here.
Disclosures from the board? Motion to adopt?
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus. Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
Yes,
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Consent agenda. Consent agenda is routine in nature. The consent is approved by a single majority vote. Items may be removed for open discussion at the request of the mayor and any city council member. Does anyone want to pull an item from consent?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Yes,
Pro Tem.
I would like to pull 3B. And I would actually ask if we could take it much later in the meeting after the item, because Well, number one, I want it pulled off for consent, and I would like to see if we can take it after we take up.
Check.
So pull 3B and move it to the end of the agenda. Board, are we okay with moving it to 11E?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I
Council,
can clarify.
Vice Chair, go ahead.
The item that we have on our agenda regarding can we move it to, well, I guess that would be the end of the agenda.
Yes, sir. That was 3B, Resolution 8724, Vice Chair?
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
after 11D.
Yes, sir. So,
And they're kind of related, so I wanted to have a conversation, and I think, yeah, I think they're definitely related.
definitely, and I would agree, Pro Tem.
And yeah, I guess we can bring that up later.
Thank you.
You know, I'd rather take those items now, but I know we got a couple presentations, so let's.
Yes, sir. So we'll move 3B. Board, are we okay with moving it to 11E? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Additional, Vice Chair, go ahead.
so is there a reason, I know we have Mr. McLean here, do we need to have any conversations about the collective bargaining agreement?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Seven, go ahead.
if it is the pleasure of the board, we can certainly entertain that.
It's on
Okay.
consent. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Moving item 3B to the end of the agenda, which would make it 11E. Additional additions, deletions. Motion to adopt agenda.
Motion to approve consent.
I'm sorry, motion.
So
to approve.
moved.
Thank you. Motion been made, properly seconded. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not have any public comment cards on the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion been made and properly seconded to approve consent with necessary changes. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Regular agenda, 6A.
Item 6A, presentation of the city's audit for 2022, 2023.
I do apologize, Board. I just noticed that the audit presentation is on here first. And I remember we had this conversation previously, and I should have made this adjustment, but would we be okay to take the legislative update first? Normally, we want to hear from our senator and our representative beforehand before taking any of the business. Would it be okay with taking that first before we go into the city's audit?
That's fine.
Actually, I don't see Representative Edmonds. Are we still waiting on him? Okay. Board, we okay with that? Thank you.
So Chair and board members, this is the joint legislative update with Senator Bobby Powell.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Chair Lawson, Chair Pro Temp Charles McCoy, Councilwoman Kashamba Miller Anderson, Councilman Spiritus, Mayor Felder, and Councilwoman Shirley Lanier, as well as all of the other guests. I am, of course, State Senator Bobby Powell Jr., representing Senate District 24 here in Palm Beach County. As we get into this, I know we have a PowerPoint presentation that should be up somewhere. If not, maybe I'll pull it up. And myself and Rep. Edmonds are scheduled to do this presentation together. He's running just a little bit behind, but that's okay, as we can get it started without him and he can join as he gets here. As I get started, I'll also tell you that I do have our report to constituents, which is out right now. There's a few copies outside on the dais that people can pick up, and it lets us know, gives us where we are in terms of the 2024 legislative session. I'm excited to be before you here today. This is an even year, and this is the session review. Of course, as I've indicated, State Senator Bobby Powell Jr., and I'm along with State Representative Gervonta Edmonds. A couple bills that we were able to pass in the legislature this year were public records exemption for county and city attorneys. And what that means is for county and city attorneys, you will have a public records exemption as long as you are serving as a county or a city attorney. You will lose that exemption if you're no longer serving as a county or city attorney, unlike state's attorneys. This also provides an exemption for children, those attending schools. It gets rid of or it hides your personal information related to home address, telephone numbers, places of employment, photographs, children's school addresses and attendees, and pictures, names and locations of schools and daycare facilities. Another piece of legislation that we were able to pass through the process this year is Senate Bill 1064, which is wills and estates. It provides a lot of cleanup language related to the real property of individuals who have owned property in a community property state and their spouse has passed away. This also amends and repeals various provisions of that particular act, clarifying what should be in existing law, just making sure that what was approved in the courts is now in statute. Representative Edmonds would tell you about the residency status for tuition purposes, and that was Senate Bill 62, which he was able to pass with Senator Rosalind Osgood. That provides that an individual may not lose his or her resident status for tuition purposes due to being incarcerated. As you know, if someone is incarcerated here in the state of Florida, they no longer get in-state tuition. Representative Edmonds and Senator Osgood passed legislation this year that eliminates that and allows them to keep the opportunity to get in-state tuition if they are a Florida resident. Here's the part that you've all been waiting for. The most important thing that we do in Tallahassee. Thank you. The most important thing that we have the opportunity to do in Tallahassee is the ability to pass a budget. This year, that budget was $117 billion, the largest budget in the history of the state of Florida. To piggyback off of some of the things that we were able to get in the budget last year, inclusive of the $600,000 for the Riviera Beach Mobile Command Center and the Riviera Beach Shore School Readiness Program, as well as the utility district's money that our lobbyist, who is Sean Pittman, is here, was helpful in making sure that we secured. This year was another successful year for Riviera Beach. We don't get everything in the budget that we want, but we are able to have $350,000 for the Riviera Beach Shore and the Riviera Drive pavement restoration program. And then there's also in this budget this year, $500,000, which is $500,000 for the design and demolition of the existing fire station on Singer Island. So we're excited to be able to make sure that we bring those monies back from the state here to Palm Beach County, and more specifically, my home city, which is Riviera Beach, of course, the best waterfront city to live, work, and play. A few other things that we were able to secure in the budget this year. Palm Beach Shores, the dredging project, right down, I guess it's a little bit, it's not south of us, I guess it's a little bit to the east. The east of us. That dredging project, there's $1 million in the budget that's secured this year, hopefully, and we keep these as red until the governor goes through and does the budget. As you know, the budget is not finalized until the budget is signed by the governor, and he does have the ability to do some vetoes. The Westgate CRA Enhanced Street Lighting and Safety Initiative, $250,000. The Roosevelt School Program enhancements, $847,000. The Lemure Center for Public Policy, $500,000. Catapult After School, $500,000. North Palm Beach, the Public Safety and Resiliency Program, $255,000. $1 million for the South Florida Fair. And Mangonia Park, which of course Riviera Beach is very familiar with, has in the budget, I believe, $750,000 for the expansion and modernization of its water plant. Palm Beach State College, $9 million for the remodel of the library. Regional Entrepreneurship Business Loan Program, that's through the Urban Leagues. Another $2 million, and that's for the urban leagues throughout the state of Florida. $5 million for the Cox Science Center for the expansion of their aquarium and science center, as well as for Peanut Island, another $1 million. The YMCA, $500,000, and just the list goes on and on of the number of projects that we were able to secure in the budget. With that being said, there's over $30 million in projects that our office has been able to secure, working with Attorney Sean Pittman for Riviera Beach and some of the other areas that we represent, including Palm Beach County. And speaking of Sean Pittman, as I've indicated, Sean is here. Sean, you mind stepping up for just a second? I'll let Sean say just something to recognize the work that we do together representing the city of Riviera Beach in Tallahassee, and I'm excited to have Sean.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Council, good to see everybody, Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney. Always excited to show up to, number one, spend some time with the great Senator and Representative Edmonds. Is he here? He on his way? Okay. But to spend time with them, he's run down just the high points. But what I always like to do is to tell you how hard these people work for you up in Tallahassee. And Senator Powell, Representative Edmonds, there he is. Representative Edmonds, they work tirelessly for you. And I know y'all meet with them here in the district. You actually take time to go and meet with them about these projects and some of the substantive legislation. But you also need to know that their time, everybody's after them because they serve a lot of other places than Riviera Beach. But I can assure you that it's number one on their mind. This great city is always number one on their minds. And it makes it easy for our office to work with them because they put Riviera Beach agenda first, Mr. Mayor. So you all should know that. I also want to thank you all because Mr. Manager, Mr. McCoy, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kashamba, Miller Anderson, Ms. Lanier, and I know we'll get a chance to work with our new member up in Tallahassee as well. But they all show up. They all show up, and they all show up and work all day. Some of them get mad sometimes because it's a long list of things to do, but they come up there to work. And for my job, it's easier for electeds to talk to electeds. It's also easier to give us a second and third bite at the apple when they show up. So it's important that y'all know that they're working for you, even when you don't know it. They're up in Tallahassee working for you, and it shows. So thank you for the opportunity, and on behalf of our firm, I grew up down the street in Broadmoor. Some other people tore it down. That's not the one y'all should have torn down. But anyway, that's another story. But, so I take great pride in our firm being able to stand tall for Riviera Beach day in and day out. So thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Attorney Pittman. And once again, I'll finish and I'll say this. Thank y'all for coming to see us in Tallahassee this year. We had the opportunity, of course, Pro Temp McCoy, Chair Lawson, Mayor, Councilmember Kashamba Miller Anderson, Mr. Spiritus, and Councilwoman Lanier. Whenever you all come to Tallahassee, it really does enlighten us. And as you know, we have a good time chatting about how we can improve the city. So I'm excited to see you all. Some of the major session bills this year were House Bill 491 that dealt with employment, meaning that anyone between the ages of 16 and 17 will now be able to work up to 40 hours a week if their parents waive it, and that's during a school week as well. The requirements now allow up to 30 hours per week, but with parents, they can waive that requirement and allow their kids to work 40 hours a week during a school day. And that passed in the legislature this year, although it was not something that I support or Rep. Edmonds supported. Rep. Edmonds?
Hey, good evening, everyone. So Representative Javante Edmonds, proud to be here today. As Senator Powell talked about, we have over 1,900 bills that we see within 60 days. And so I'm gonna talk about a few of the bills that actually allow the state to ban certain items, such as releasing of balloons. So if you release 10 or more balloons, I know we all like to celebrate at graduations and various other occasions, but if you release 10 or more balloons, you can get fined up to $250 unless you're under the age of 6. We also banned community IDs. There was efforts to help those who are undocumented citizens get community IDs so they can be safe in their communities. That is now prohibited by local government and nonprofits. We also banned fake meat. We also banned driving in the furthest left-hand lane. And we also passed a 25-foot no-go zone for our first responders. So if you see first responders, police officers, firefighters, probation officers in an investigation, you have to stay 25 feet away from them.
One of the major bills that needs to be talked about is HB 1365, unauthorized camping and public sleeping. Basically, if individuals who are unhoused are sleeping in a public right-of-way and the municipality does not do anything about it, such as send them to a place where they're allowed to be kept, that's approved by DCF, making sure there's running water there, the municipality can be sued. The municipality can be sued by a business owner, a resident, or the state's attorney for allowing homeless people to sleep in public rights of way or public places or public buildings. They would have to be moved to a place that is not contiguous to residential, and it could be owned by the public, including a municipality or the county. This law goes into effect on October 1st. To deal with this issue, the state has allocated about $30 million throughout the entirety of the state, not for Palm Beach County, but $30 million throughout the entirety of the state to work on mitigating this problem. Once again, usually laws go into effect on July 1st. This law, however, will go into effect on October 1st.
And so what is something that we all care about? Insurance, housing. And this bill is actually a good piece of legislation that came out of Tallahassee. The My Safe Florida program, it offers residents who own a home under $750,000 a $10,000 grant to fix up their roof, their windows, their doors to be hurricane ready. And hopefully with that funding, it will lower your insurance costs, and that's the hope. But that is the goal of the My Safe Florida program. And they also have a My Safe Florida condo pilot program, which is going to allocate $750,000 to condo associations to help fix up the roof, the windows, and the doors again. And again, this is just efforts from Tallahassee to help reduce those burdens that we have from our insurance companies, and again, to make sure everyone's safe when the hurricanes come around.
There are a few bans that Representative Edmonds didn't talk about earlier. One of the bans was the state continued to try to ban diversity, equity, and inclusion in teacher preparation materials, which fed into this idea in the state of Florida as a whole, and this national idea of kind of whitewashing history. This was problematic. They pulled through with the idea of using the Secretary of Education, who was a former state senator, Manny Diaz, who would kind of help implement that program. HB 931 allows volunteer chaplains in public schools. With those volunteer chaplains, they do not have to be saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit. They don't have to pass any requirements to be a chaplain. All they have to do is say they are a chaplain, and they don't have to be religious at all. They could actually be teaching things that are not religion, but if they say they want to be a chaplain, the school would now have to allow volunteer chaplains. K through 12 students could start receiving instructions on the history of communism by the year 2026 and 2027. It sounds on its face like an easy piece of legislation, but I can also tell you there's an idea that has been put out there by many people, including some of those in the legislature, that this idea of communism and socialism being tied together, and it rearing back to the idea of the civil rights movement. And then there's the GATE program that I'll let Representative Edmonds talk about.
So one of the issues that we saw in Tallahassee, that it was a number of our high school seniors actually dropping out of school, and there was no pathway for them to actually complete any post-secondary succession plan. So with the GATE program, any student that does drop out, this is going to be a program that allows them to get a professional certification and really get into a trade program. So this is one of many efforts that was utilized in education. I also passed the bill, Senate Bill 62, that will allow returning citizens in-state tuition as opposed to out-of-state tuition. There was a lot of effort in making sure that residents have all opportunity to receive post-secondary success.
The social media bill, which we just talked about, saw briefly, allows for the banning of children under the age of 15 from having access to social media or even being able to join the platform. And it also allows 15 and 16-year-olds to have social media, but with the parents' consent. There was a bill originally that would have banned anybody under the age of 18 from having social media. It went a little bit too far, and the governor vetoed it. It was called HB1. Anytime the bill is in the low numbers, HB 1379, those are priorities. The governor did veto that bill, and HB 3, which was a different version, was able to pass. That will go into effect on July the 1st. And the last thing that I think I want to talk about here is vacation rentals. In a nutshell, Vrbo and Airbnb, those things that may have been regulated by municipalities at some point, all of that has been remanded back to the state, meaning that once again, the state has overtaken your home rule power and taken that opportunity to deal or legislate vacation rentals and to put it at the state level. Now, with that being said, that is a brief presentation of the 2024 legislative session. As has been indicated by Attorney Pittman and Representative Edmonds, when we go to Tallahassee, we work, and we spend a lot of days in Tallahassee. We also spend a lot of days here working within our districts. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I have done 8 years as a state senator. I believe that 8 is enough. 4 years as a state representative, and I will be leaving the state legislature after 12 years, which is the longest time that any Black person from Palm Beach County has served in the legislature. So I'm excited to have done that, but I'm excited to leave. I want to introduce my team. If you look to my right, your left, you have Malcolm Summons, who is a Riviera Beach native and a graduate of the Florida A&M University. He is our communications person, a legislative aide. Malcolm Summons II, as you also know, his father retired from the city of Riviera Beach. He's here right now. Mr. Summons is also here. Thank you, Mr. Summons. And I'm glad to have Malcolm as a part of the team. We have Michelle DeMarco. She's in Tallahassee. Our chief legislative aide, Miss Diane Andre Esquire. She's an attorney here in Palm Beach County. And our chief legislative aide, Diane, raise your hand, is here. And as you may know, one of the most important things that we do is bring up the youth and make sure that they're prepared to be the next generation of leaders. With us today, I will have Trey Thomas stand up. Trey Thomas is attending school at Howard University, and he's currently working as an intern in our office. He's from Palm Beach County here. Y'all can clap for Trey. And in Tallahassee, we had a couple of legislative interns for session. Sabrina Vidajet, a junior at Florida State University. She's gone on to now intern in Washington, D.C. for my friend, Congressman Jared Moskowitz. And then right here from Riviera Beach, Florida, our legislative intern who recently graduated from, again, the Florida A&M University, Balin Worthen from Riviera Beach. He was a senior at Florida A&M. Now he is a graduate who has returned home here in Riviera Beach.
That's very powerful. Anytime you can groom the youth to make them successful, that is a testament to someone's character. And so I could tell by the look on some of your faces that you're asking, with $117 billion in the state of Florida, the 16th largest budget in the world, what about my property insurance? I hear it. That isn't in front of our mind. That is something that we're laser focused on in this upcoming session. But I will repeat that website that gives out that $10,000 grant. It is the My Safe Florida FL home.com. And that's when you can apply for that $10,000 grant. The applications open up July 1st. You want to make sure you rush to apply for that. That money does go fast, but again, it's definitely an asset. So my office is right off of 45th Street. If you need anything, we have an open door policy. Feel free to come right in. We can handle any issues dealing with any state agency. And again, this is what we're here to do, just make sure we serve you. So thank you so much for having me. And again, my name is Javante Edmonds. Thank you, Council.
Before we finish, I did want to talk just real briefly. I was looking back at Ms. Jacobs and thinking about how much time she also spends in Tallahassee. And this last session, it was so important because of the utility issues that were up there and how important they are. And I just want to say to the council that your staff is way ahead on some things that are happening in Tallahassee as it relates to monies with the Department of Environmental Protection, resiliency monies, some water money, water quality improvement grants, job growth grants that are coming from the Department of Commerce. They are already on this. I know our new commissioner has been asking questions about it as well. But these opportunities increase the opportunity, at least for the water quality and the environmental issues, increase our opportunity by 50% to land those dollars if those grants are filled out. So I can tell you that your staff with Mr. Evans and Ms. Jacobs and their staffs are working real hard on that. So just wanted you to know that. So thank you all for doing that.
And thank you. With that, myself and Rep. Edmonds will take questions, but I do want to just take a point of personal privilege and introduce a person who was and has been and continues to be very instrumental in my life. I call her Dr. Mom. She was the dean of the School of Journalism at FAMU at one point and has held a number of executive positions throughout the nation. Currently, I mean, she headed up the Atlanta Olympics. She's currently in Atlanta working as an executive, had an impact on both myself and Malcolm. And Kimbrough, just wave, thank you for everything. If it weren't for her, some of the things that I challenged myself to do, I would not have to have done, including running for office. I remember when she ran for office many, many years ago. So I'm just happy that she came to see us in Riviera Beach to see how we operate. And with that, myself and Representative Edmonds, along with Attorney Pittman, would welcome any questions, comments, concerns. We do want to remind you of one thing before you get into that, and that is a life of service is a life that counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Powell. Everybody, y'all can clap. Come on. Thank you, Senator Powell. Thank you, Representative Edmonds, and thank you, Attorney Pittman. We appreciate the time and the presentation tonight and keeping us engaged and informed. Questions from the board, please. I just have a few questions. House Bill 1365. I know we mentioned that 30 million was going to be advocated for this House bill. How are those funds going to be allocated into different municipal agencies, governments? Because we're trying to figure out how are we going to handle the influx of homelessness, the support that's going to need it, the mental health services, the resources. So what does this look like when it comes to House Bill 1365? And I know we spoke about this at our BEO meetings, but what does this look like for that 30 million?
So everybody's talking about this piece because of the additional resources that are going to be needed as it relates to homelessness. I think the important thing is as the governments work together, I mean, the county commissions are directly involved in this as well. As the governments work together in order to try to pull down some of these resources from federal government down to the county and then down to the local governments. So it's a bill that is not going to stand alone. There's going to be more that comes, Mr. Chair. And I think where we are right now is just that we have to pay attention, follow the money, where the money is going, and we've got to figure out how we draw some of that money down to take some of the burden off.
Okay. And while you're actually there, Attorney Pittman, the conversation in reference to funding for the grants that we need. When we went to Tallahassee, the conversation 1, 2, and 3 was all about water. Updates and process from our staff and from your office to make sure that we're filling the applications and staying on point with that. How often can we get monthly updates just on the status of these grants so that we don't miss the ball, we don't miss the cue on anything?
Yeah, absolutely. There are deadlines that we've been in contact with your staff on. I know that there may be a couple that they've applied for already. But the good thing about these is these deadlines, they stop and then they start again, right? And what we're seeing from a lot of the local governments is they just don't apply for them. So the money, isn't always drawn down. But these pots of money, and I mentioned 3 to you, everybody's talking about them. So it's going to be really, really important that we stay on top of these 3 in particular, and that we get the applications in and we do what we need to do from the Tallahassee perspective. And the great thing, and the manager knows, I mean, the folks that are largely making these decisions, y'all live here, but they live in Tallahassee with me, right? So they're my neighbors. They're the people I see in church and at the grocery store and at the parks. So it gives us the opportunity to work on this, not just when we're in session, not just when we're in committee meetings, but all year long. So happy to work with your staff and make sure that y'all are aware of these deadlines as well.
And do you recommend a dedicated staffer to actually handle a lot of that? Because we've been toying around with the conversation about a grant writer, bringing in an in-house grant writer. We've used consultant firms. We've had staff that's handled a lot of things, but we want to see, would the best recommendation working with your office be a dedicated grant writer for the city?
That's that's a resource thing, right? So would it be a great thing to have it? Absolutely. And if you can afford it, I'm sure it would have dividends, right? But not every government can have one. So how do you mitigate that? I think you mitigate it by what you're doing now, and that is meeting the deadlines, using, staying on top of the relationships and making sure that you understand what they're asking for, right? When they're asking you, when they're providing you an opportunity for grant money. Sometimes you may, what I've heard from the departments is they'll ask for water quality, but you'll give them something that's not defined by water quality. Not you, but I mean, reasons to be thrown out, reasons to not be successful, right? So we don't need a grant writer to do that. You got professionals that can make sure that they're answering the question with a project that meets the opportunity.
Thank you.
I didn't answer your question
At all, but I appreciate the attempt.
If you have the money, do it.
I-
If you can use the money for something else,
Right.
I would use it for something else.
It's been a constant conversation with the board,
Yeah.
so it's just trying to find some additional understanding and direction from where the board wants to go in reference to the grant writing, and just making sure that we're advocating and allocating for as many funds as possible to help bring into the city. So
There's enough grants that if you had a position, that position would be busy.
thanks, sir. Additional comments from the board? I did just want to thank you, Representative Edmonds, Senator Powell. Thank you both so much. Rep. Edmonds recently just met with the Riviera Beach residents, so thank you so much for taking the time, speaking to them, and understanding the direction. Senator Powell, thank you for all of your years of service. I know you mentioned that you're going to be leaving the state. The impact, Senator Powell, if you could just let us know, is there going to be any impact in regards to the dollars coming down? You guys have done a phenomenal job bringing money in, but how can we make sure that we're going to have consistency with all the capital projects that are on board, since we really have no control of what's going to happen? I just want to make sure that we're going to have those funds and continue that process. What does that look like?
Thank you. We've got Attorney Sean Pittman here, who is the lobbyist who lives in Tallahassee. He's got a number of great relationships that he'll continue to work, and this is the month that those relationships have to be worked. That budget has to be signed by June 30th. We go into the next fiscal year on July 1st. So you've got the right man on the job. We have gotten it this far, and Attorney Sean Pittman will continue to work diligently to make sure that we bring resources back here to Palm Beach County. We've got it to this point where it's in the budget. It's passed the House and the Senate and the budget process during conference. Now, with your help, Attorney Pittman will continue to work that process to make sure that the governor keeps at least, hopefully, all of our money in that budget.
Additional comments? Both of you, thank you so much. Attorney Pittman, thank you again, guys. If you guys would give it up for our representatives.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, will we be doing the proclamation before the city audit? Proclamation, Mr. Chair?
Please, thank you,
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
6C, proclamation declaring June 8, 2024 as World Oceans Day.
Thank you. Proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, declaring June 8th as World Oceans Day. Whereas World Oceans Day reminds us of the very beginning of life and the many benefits and services the ocean has provided to all people and places around the globe. Whereas World Ocean Day was originally proposed in June 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, and on June 8th is officially declared World Oceans Day by United Nations in 2009. And whereas the celebration has grown from a ripple into a tidal wave with a myriad of activities around the world, aimed at increasing awareness about how the ocean works and how their health is related to our well-being. And whereas Riviera Beach like so many other coastal communities and towns, owns its cultural heritage and the sense of place to the ocean and its natural jewels. And whereas the Intercoastal Waterway, Lake Worth Lagoon, and the Atlantic Ocean meet at the Palm Beach Inlet, representing a self-sustaining, biodiverse habitat supporting marine life from the phytoplankton producing oxygen we breathe to the amazing dolphins who serve as flagship species for the entire seven seas. And whereas the World Ocean Explorers, researchers, and their organizations have chosen Riviera Beach and adjacent communities of their home and headquarters, continuing to work in previous generations while advancing and contributing to the protection of our marine world and the sustainable development of the city of Riviera Beach, including the Terrace Oceanographic Foundation, the Dolphin Conservative Research, Sea Turtle Conservation, League of Singer Island, Palm Beach, and Jupiter Dolphin Tours, and Manatee Lagoon, the Reef Institute, and the Agera Foundation, just to name a few. Now, therefore, it is finally resolved that I, Ronnie L. Felder, the mayor of the city of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County, by the power invested in me by the residents of Riviera Beach, who here do by proclaim that June 8th as World Oceans Day in the city of Riviera Beach, and be recognized, celebrated as means to foster support for those who dedicated their lives to ocean research and conservation and advance awareness, appreciation to all oceans, the sustainable resource use and stewardship for our common future. The witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the city of Riviera Beach to be fixed on this 8th day of June 2024 AD. This time we have Councilman Spiritus.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is Stephen Harzon here? Or if not, then we'll make sure that he gets this. I just want to thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation for World Oceans Day. My predecessor started this event, sponsoring this event. I'm pleased to be able to continue that tradition. On Friday, we'll be hosting a World Ocean Day event here at the Event Center. There'll be a concert, which is sold out, unfortunately, for those of you who don't already have tickets, and an art display. You'll see a lot of the artwork out here in the hallway, so please, if you didn't already see it when you came in, please check it out on your way out. The art will be here through August. This is a very worthy event, World Ocean Day. Their team sponsors saving the dolphins and doing all kinds of research with dolphins and other wildlife in the ocean, and this is a very worthy cause. So if you have extra money, please send them a check. I'm sure they would like that as well. So thank you very much, Mayor, and please look forward to seeing everyone on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Spiritus. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we will now go back to item 6A, presentation of the city's audit for 2022-2023.
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Director of Finance and Administrative Services. As I know you are all aware, we're required to have an annual audit performed by external independent auditors. The audit is complete. Hopefully you have a copy that was provided to your office last week. It is available on the city's website if anybody is interested in downloading it. Tonight's item is we bring in our external auditor, Mr. Roderick Harvey from the firm of HCT, and he will be presenting the audit results. Mr. Harvey? Oh.
Good day. My name is Roderick Harvey with HCT, to Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Chairman. Excited to be here to discuss the audit results for the year ended September 30, 2023. We will be moving through several slides that we will present today. Are we able to see that? Okay, there we are. So we have performed our audit, and based on our audit performance of testing, controls, substantive testings, we have issued a clean or unmodified audit opinion for the year September 30, 2023. The date of our audit report is April 26, 2024. Over the next several minutes, we will talk about the audit results, required communications, supplemental slides, and responsibilities in the tripod. The tripod includes management, the auditor, and of course, those with governance. Again, our audit is performed in accordance with GAS, Generally Accepted Auditing Standards. We performed an audit strategy based on risk of the organization. We have no changes to that audit strategy. We have issued all of the required auditor's reports. There are no outstanding issues or matters, and all significant accounting policies are noted in Note 1 of the financial statements. We deem significant accounting estimates to be fair value of investments and allowance for doubtful accounts. Also, significant areas of risk, management override of control, and revenue recognition. We have no matters to report as it relates to uncorrected misstatements. Any corrections to the financial statements was made during the audit, and we have no matters to report that relate to the financial presentation and disclosure omissions. No control deficiencies, no issues with related parties, and any other information where our audit report may be used, for example, a bond offering, we should be made aware of that in advance. This deck is our required communication to you as the elected officials or those charged with governance. You can see from a quick glance that we have no matters to report. These communications include a matrix of things, for example, illegal acts, subsequent events, any disagreements with management, and based on what you have before you and we are presenting, there are no matters to report. We are deemed independent or your external auditors based on AICPA guidance. Over the next several minutes, we will look at the financial reporting, revenue, expenses, capital assets, receivables, and long-term debt. Again, we performed our audit in accordance with GAS to make sure that the city's finances are kept in accordance with GAAP, Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. Revenues, and we always do a comparison. So for the year ended 23, 164.2 million as compared to 152.8 million for the same time period in 2022. The increase in revenue was based on most of the major revenue sources. For revenues, we tested a sample of transactions. We tested those transactions for existence, accuracy, cutoff, and presentation. As relates to expenses for the 23 period, 156.5 million as compared to 111 million for 22. The increase in expenses are due to an increase in government, general government, public safety, and utility. Again, we tested a sample of expenditures and we tested those expenditure transactions for completeness, accuracy, cutoff, and the presentation of those expenses. Moving to capital assets, the things that the government owns, 282 million for 23 as compared to 268.2 for 22. The 14.2 increase is primarily due to buildings and improvements. Receivables, you can see for the 2-year period is relatively flat, 13.6 million as compared to 12.8. Long-term debt, 190 million in the 23 year as compared to 198. And we confirmed the debt balances with third parties. Our responsibility, again, is to audit and to report, to express an opinion on the financial statements, and to evaluate the control environment. There are several types of deficiencies that may be found and may be reported. Those two types, one is a significant deficiency, which is a deficiency that's less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to be brought to the attention of those charged with governance. A material weakness is a weakness such that there's a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement may not be prevented, detected, or corrected on a timely basis. Based on our reviews and our testing, we have no current year findings or no material or significant weaknesses to report. We are required to go back and evaluate prior year findings and update to see if staff management have performed any updates in that area. As you can see, this relates to the 2019 year. This finding related to the HR department. We made our recommendation. We are happy to report that this management letter comment has been cleared in the 23 year. As relates to this prior comment, which came from the 2020 period, we again have reviewed the status of that finding in the current year and are happy to report that it too has been implemented. Moving forward to same period, 05, we reviewed this finding again during the current period and again noted that the management staff has done a good job and we deem this finding as implemented. This finding relates to, again, the 2020 period. We have reviewed this finding with staff and management, and based on information provided, we have deemed this MLC to be cleared or implemented. Again, we are required to evaluate the various responsibilities. Management responsibility is to provide an environment where controls are implemented and also provide access to us as auditors. The elected officials have a responsibility of oversight of the control environment and to set an environment that is designed to deter and prevent fraud. And again, our responsibility is to audit and to report. At this time, we will turn the floor back to you, Chairman, and if there are any questions, we will do our very best. I will do my very best to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Harvin. Thank you for the presentation. Questions from the board? Commissioner,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, then Commissioner Spiritus.
Thank you,
Councilman, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Harvey,
Yes, sir.
the fiscal year is November 1 through December 30th, 2023?
No, sir, correction. The fiscal year is from October 1 through September 30, 2023. I think you said November 1.
Yeah, I was close. Does that count?
Well, since it's you, we'll say yes.
Only in horseshoes.
And hand grenades.
Couple things. Who was the liaison between you, or I should say between HCT and the city?
We dealt primarily with Mrs. Nydia Reynolds in finance.
Okay. And did you make any reports? I think I know the answer to this, but did you provide any reports or did you review any risk assessments from the audit committee or the internal auditor when conducting this audit?
Great question. I'm going to break that question into A and B. We met with the audit committee over the year 2 or 3 times. Based on that, we would provide updates or answer any questions that the audit committee may have of us or made us aware of. Part B, as relates to the internal audit function, I want to say that department head left the city in April or March of 2023. And so, as I know it, that position has not been filled, and we did not have any interactions with anybody from the internal audit department.
And Ms. Reynolds is what role?
From my understanding, Mrs. Reynolds operates as the assistant or deputy finance director.
Okay. So, I know that, but I just wanted to make sure that I was clear because the ordinance that we authorized maybe over 2 years ago, perhaps 3 years almost, provides for an internal auditor. And I know we had one to leave the organization, which is not uncommon because there is a lot of staff changes. However, it's really interesting when you look at the ordinance and you read and try to understand what the internal audit function means in terms of their relationship with the external auditor. They're supposed to be the liaison. They're supposed to be the one that resolves outstanding issues. And I just kind of find that, for lack of better terms, the fox watching the hen house. If you're auditing finance and you got the actual assistant finance director as the one that that you're dealing with on the regular seems to be, in my opinion, a misstep. So I want to share with the board and, also reiterate to the manager our need to fill that position. But even more importantly, outside of the internal audit position, the audit committee should have been provided a report of the comprehensive annual financial reports prior to coming to us. But, for whatever reason, that isn't happening. But there are a lot of functions within our city ordinance that falls on the internal auditor. If the internal auditor is not, we don't have one in place, then the audit committee doesn't meet. So I just don't understand, and I'm not questioning your work, but it seems like there's a huge disconnect. I'm not sure what you're auditing if the information you're getting is from the very people who's charged with performing the financial transactions without having that independent internal auditor. And the internal auditor should be independent of the finance department. And please, Ms. Reynolds and your department, please don't take this personally, but I want to make sure that the board understands that the work that you do is great. So is the work that Ms. Reynolds does is great work. But there is not a balance if the very department that you're auditing is the one that's providing that information. And the internal auditor more or less does report to the audit committee, but she reports to the manager. But I certainly want to stress the importance of it. We had no audit plan whatsoever. There was no risk assessments going into this audit. So it just kind of leaves a lot of things, for me at least, like there's been a number of contract and procurement items, internal control issues that have not been addressed. And I mean, I can tell you procurement, there's probably over a dozen that I can probably call off the top of my head that because there were not internal controls, and I'm not just speaking in terms of financial transactions, but the control environment says a lot about the organization. And I want to emphasize to the board members that that's not to be taken lightly, because the very purposes of us having these audits is to make sure that we're being good stewards of the public dollars, and obviously for loan financing and that sort of thing. So, Mr. Evans, I certainly want to hear what steps have been done or what we're looking like in terms of recruitment, because it just makes for a better situation if we can ensure that this is completely independent and that we have a plan to address those. Because having a committee that hadn't met in probably 15, 16 months, to me, I just don't understand, because even after the auditor left, the deputy city manager was still facilitating those meetings. And we just lost all of that. So there has to be a plan going forward as to how we address this, because, I'm not sure what information you've gotten, but it just raises a lot of question about the independence and, of this whole process when you're getting the very information that should be coming from the internal auditor, from the very staff who you're, charged with being independent and auditing their functions.
Thank you, Councilman McCoy. And I believe we're looking for a response from Mr. Evans, possibly for the recruitment steps for that position. And just to piggyback on that, how long has that position been vacant?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the internal audit position, it's been vacant for probably about well over maybe 6-8 months or so. Could be longer. I'm not 100% sure. One of the challenges that we have with respect to that particular position is the market for auditors and where our ranges are. And I think for all your non-represented employees, you're significantly 20-30% below what the market conditions are. We just got the PEPI study, which is the study where they look at wages throughout the state of Florida. And the range that we have for our auditor is what you would pay for a senior accountant. And so one of the things that we're looking to do, and we've been having some conversations with a potential candidate about an opportunity to come in and assist in a contractual basis. But one of the items that we are bringing before this board is to look to address your wages and compensation for your non-reps. We wanted to make sure that we moved forward with ratification of the employment agreements with our unions before we move forward with non-reps, but that is something that we're looking to bring forward. But hopefully, at least on a temporary basis, we'll have that position filled here probably within the next week and a half, And then ultimately, when we do adjust the ranges, we can hopefully secure a permanent auditor position. But the top of our range is significantly lower than even what the starting wages are for persons with that skill set.
To follow up on that, the study, when will that be presented to us?
Mr. Chair, members of the board,
Mr. Evans?
we want to bring that item forward when we resolve the labor negotiations with IAFF, our fire union, as well as SCIU. And so we are having an executive session with the board next week to get some clarity on the fire side. And we got the analysis, the PEPI study that we're going to move forward with discussions with SCIU. That was the basis of really trying to resolve that contractual agreement, because I think we're just down to wages with that particular union. So I would hope by the summer months, or at least part of the budget conversations, we can look to address the wages for your non-represented employees, because you would have already resolved the issues with your labor unions in the early summer months.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councilman McCoy, is that any additional follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, I mean, to your point, the other thing I'm looking at is the qualifications that we laid out in the ordinance. 10 years of progressively responsible experience in municipal auditing, accounting, finance. Who would want to come to an organization if you have 10 years to make $70,000? That's not going to work, especially when you're requiring either a CPA or a CIA. I just don't see it. So perhaps, very tough, right, that we've codified this in the ordinance to try to get this corrected. But I find it hard pressed. I mean, because just in the accounting field, it's just so much in demand. I just don't see that that's going to be an easy role.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to that, we've already had internal conversations about potential modifications to that ordinance, because it is profoundly challenging to find individuals with that amount of experience for what the wages that we would present. You're realistically at the point for that position, you're almost paying at the level that you would pay for a department director, as it relates to what the market conditions are. So certainly we're moving through that, but hopefully we'll be able to resolve that here in short order, at least to have someone assist in providing that internal audit function here in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Councilman?
Thank you.
Councilman Spiritus, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just to pick up on Pro Tem McCoy's comment, procurement, Mr. Evans, do we have any update on getting a procurement director?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, we have secured a procurement director. Their first day on the job is going to be July 13th, but they are going to start assisting us here towards the end of June. But we have a committed procurement director, has a plethora of experience, and certainly can be able to address some of the concerns that the board has articulated. So we're excited to have him on board. Has served in that executive role, has also served in consulting capacities as well for other government agencies. So really brings significant bandwidth to the agency, and I think we'll be able to work with the team to move some of these items forward and address some of the concerns the board has.
Sure. Thank you. That's good news, Mr. Evans. Thank you. I think I heard you say that we have $193 million debt service.
190 for the year ended.
190.
190 million, yes, sir. My memory is right, for the year ended 2023.
Do you know what our debt service is, what our bonding limit is?
I do not know.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
With respect to the city's bonding capacity is roughly about $55 million.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do too have some concerns in regards to the audit committee. It is lacking in individuals to serve on it. We've been trying to find people to actually serve on the audit committee, but it has been very difficult to get people with that background. I've been trying to work with Mr. Evans to be able to make it more robust. The issue of meetings, the issues of the internal auditor position actually is up to $110,000. So I think that we probably can find someone for that $110,000. It's just that we need to be able to make it happen, because the more that we wait on someone to come in to fix this, the worse it gets for us. The internal auditor's position is to protect us so that when the external auditor comes, we will be able to answer those questions and be able to ensure that the dealings of the city have integrity. So I'm really want to push for this internal auditor. There is not an audit plan for the city internally. There were issues that came out during the last two audits, external audits, and they were because of the fact that we did not have an internal auditor. So that is a big deal for the city, and it needs to happen fast.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, then Councilman Spirit. I'm sorry, actually, let me let the mayor go first. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions for Mr. Harvey and Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, has the MLC for HR been cleared?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Evans, go ahead.
all the management letter comments from previous audits have been cleared. Yes.
Follow-up question.
Go ahead, Mayor.
What did the city do to clear the MCL with the CPA firm?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With respect to the items for the Human Resources Department, I believe it was the personnel file. There's a checklist that's in place that the department needs to fill out a checklist and ensure that the appropriate background checks, information that's contained in the personnel file is all contained and signed off accordingly.
Follow-up question.
Go ahead, Mayor.
How many years did the MLC for HR carry forward on the city audit report? For example, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I think that one particular finding was identified in 2019 or what have you.
When we came on, right? 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any MLCs or findings regarding the finance department or IT department? If so, could you explain?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
There is no management letter findings and comments for all intent and purpose. The city's audit for this year is clean and all management letter issues or comments have been cured.
Follow.
Go ahead.
How did we resolve the finance and the IT issues noted by the attorney auditor?
Mr. Chair, if I can have the internal, I don't have the specificities behind it, but he can get into the details about the information that was provided for them to clear those particular issues.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I believe the mayor is referring to our MLC that relates to the 2020 period. Oh, you took it down. And that finding, it related to finance and IT and the database administrator being under finance. And so during this current year, we reached out to management and finance, and they provided us documentation showing how the position had been bifurcated so that the database administrator function would not sit under finance and could be separately, certain key functions could be separately moved to IT to give some controls so that finance wouldn't have so much depth of responsibility in IT, and IT could operate independently and do its job as a control function. I believe that is the comment that would tie finance and IT together that's being referenced.
Mr. Chair?
Mayor, go ahead.
I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Harvey. Does the CPA firm look at small dollar value amounts?
We do not. So we do a risk-based audit, and based on our materiality and scope, we look at more larger, high-risk items. We would not look at small dollar items during the course of our testing.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Mayor.
What do you consider small dollar amounts?
So usually auditors do not disclose what materiality is, so I'll answer it this way, is based on our mathematical calculations, an amount under 100,000, 75,000 would probably not be looked at a city of this size.
Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
So what you're saying is we're not auditing anything under 100,000?
For the most part.
For the most
we
part.
would not look at transactions, and remember, I'm giving an estimate. That we wouldn't look at things under 75 or 100 million for the 100,000 for the most part.
Could you explain audit sampling for me?
Yes.
Mr. Herbert?
So audit sampling, good question. So audit sampling involves taking a population, and let's put a number to it. There's 1,000 transactions. We would select 10% or 100 transactions and audit those 100 transactions. And based on the characteristics of that sample, those 100 transactions, we would make statements about the population. So if those 100 transactions are good, we then say that the population, the 1,000 is good. If those 100 transactions are bad, we would deem or label the 1,000 to be bad. So audit sampling is looking at a portion, what do you find, and then stating something about the population.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
How long does it take to perform an agreed upon procedure engagement?
So,
And can you explain what that is? Like,
foundation. An agreed upon procedures engagement is a different type of a test service. A test meaning we give an opinion. We give written comments. Agreed upon procedures means that the organization agrees with the CPA firm of what should be looked at. What should be looked at, what elements, what accounts, and for what period. Based on the depth of the agreed upon steps and the length, that will determine the amount of time that it takes to do an agreed upon procedures engagement.
Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
And I have more questions, but let's break it down. Do you think we need to have that engagement done? Because what I'm concerned about is, when was the last time this city audited up under $100,000?
So I'm gonna tie a couple things together because you asked my professional opinion. There possibly is room for the electeds to consider a specialty engagement to be performed, being that, if I could just be matter of fact, the internal audit function is temporarily not operational. So you haven't had that audit plan for a while, being that there is turnover in certain areas, i.e. HR, it could be possible that a specialty engagement is performed to look at, again, a certain area or certain elements for a certain period of time. And so that would be something I think should be considered by this body if it deems it necessary.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Finishing up, because my concern is, how long you been doing our audit, Mr. Harvey?
We've been auditors for the city somewhere between 12 to 13-ish years, I would think.
Would you, Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Would you agree if there's anything going on in not just this city, any organization, it happens with small amounts?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The term is nickel and diming to debt. It is not nickel and diming to death. And so we find there are procedures specifically to determine if small dollar, small value transactions are being put forth in a matter that wouldn't be normally caught, right? We talked about in the normal course of doing work. And so, yes, there's always room to look at small transactions or non-routine transactions or things to ensure that the control environment is pristine.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mayor.
And that's kind of disturbing to just realize he's been here 13 years and we have not audited up under $100,000. I want to ask my colleagues to really take a hard look at that. And if we can have that done, because that's $100,000 every year can be floating around that we're not accounted for. And I think with everything that we have going on in this city, with all the development, you know, just knowing where we are right now, we're talking about we don't have enough money to pay good people to come in and fill these positions. And so I think we deserve to know exactly what's going on in finances. Pro Tem brought up something about, you know, we don't have our internal, right? And so it's a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying anything is going on, but I want to be assured that nothing is going on, but I am concerned about finding out that we have not audited anything up under $100,000. And I'm going to ask this board to really look at it and decide with me to have that done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman McCoy, then Councilman Spears.
Thank you. I'll be real brief. Just to clarify, Councilwoman Lanier stated it's 110,000. And respectfully, I think Councilwoman Lanier is looking at the high end, but the city, per policy, must hire at the starting salary. And I think the manager gets a 5% cushion or something like that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
That was one of the policies that the board first addressed when I came on board because our ranges were significantly low. So I have the ability to effectively move through the entire range. However, I can tell you that when I've spoken to candidates, all the offers that we've had have been at the top of the range. One of the things also I think germane to the discussion is I would ask the board to indulge us with the opportunity that we have somebody that I think is extremely capable of sitting down with the board members, getting what your concerns are that will serve as that de facto internal audit to get your comments and then put together, in fact, an audit plan and then move forward. So that's something that we're going to expend monies to be able to do here in short order under the manager's ability. And I think could effectively accomplish what the mayor has articulated and bring back items both to the audit committee and to this board as well.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I'm open to that, but Mr. Evans, I think in the, I guess a broader matter that we need to address is to modify this ordinance. I mean, even from the, I guess the requirements to be an audit committee member is a barrier in itself. It says audit committee members shall, through experience and education, possess knowledge of GAAP, understanding of financial statements, experience in auditing, understanding of internal controls. And I don't want to sit here and exclude candidates. And, here's the other thing. I want to really insist, Mr. Evans, and, I've had conversations with Ms. Wynn about this. There has to be training. I showed up Thursday to the audit committee meeting. There wasn't a quorum, but I seen the chair and one of the members of the committee, even though there wasn't a meeting, they were having discussions about the comprehensive annual financial report not having any findings. And I'm sitting here saying to myself, do the members even know that they're bound by sunshine law? So that was like the most startling thing, that I had a staff member, a council person, and an audit committee member violating the law by having a discussion about something that was actually set to come before the agenda, and there was not a quorum. So, we have a lot of issues in this organization. And certainly, we can say training to death, but that one was the eye-opener, that we literally asked volunteers to come here and we don't even prepare them. I actually witnessed it in the Planning and Zoning Board meeting last month. Two members having a sidebar conversation, and then one turns to the other one and says, oh yeah, he just told me what that means. And I'm saying to myself, so we really have to do a better job and not just staffing it, but making sure that we have people that understand their responsibility and their role under the law and, why that's important.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yeah, with respect to the ordinance, we would look to bring the ordinance back to look at it holistically. I know that's something that in conversations with the chair of the audit committee, that she has been very vocal about some of the challenges to recruit members on the audit committee, but also some of the experiences that we're looking for persons to serve on that committee. So when we do bring that item back, it would be not to just look at the staff credentials and criteria for that position, but also those that serve on that particular committee as well.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Dr. Spears, go ahead.
You said you don't audit under $100,000, correct?
That's correct. As an estimate.
Right, as an estimate. So as an estimate, can you tell me how much money total those $100,000 below numbers add up to?
Great question. It would be so I'm gonna give you a math formula. It would be all transactions under 100,000 times the number of transactions. So 100,000 times X equals what that dollar value would be.
You have any estimate or guesstimate what that would be?
So great question. So it depends on each element. So for example, let's go through a couple examples. If you're talking about AR, right, accounts receivable money coming in, you could have, let's say 50 transactions there that may be under that 100,000 threshold. If you're talking about purchase of capital assets, that's under 100,000, it may be, I don't know, pick a number, 100, 150, right? For each element, we audit by opinion unit, right? Business, enterprise fund, stormwater, and we also audit by fund. And then within those, you have account balances, cash, AR, revenues that each have its own strata. And you have transactions that go up and down the number line. And so the amount of open transactions would be some formula that would have to be looked at in the GL. You would have to be granular enough, B is wrong. You would have to look at in a granular fashion at the trial balance to see how many transactions are under that threshold and then multiply.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Okay, so then we're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Potentially.
Right.
But if I could just add, remember the city asset balance is large. I don't have it right in front of me, but the asset balance of the organization is huge. But yes, there could be millions of dollars that are unaudited based on a risk-based audit as an external auditor that's not looked at. Yes, sir.
Chair?
Go ahead.
So to pick up on what the mayor said, I do agree that we should audit these numbers. We should do a special audit if necessary. Maybe the mayor, under his purview of investigation, maybe we should be considering a forensic audit. It's been 13 years. Maybe we should be going one step further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spears. Additional comments from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
for the amount that you're saying that you don't audit, is that a common practice amongst auditors, or is this just the number that you presented?
Yeah, it is a common practice. Most auditors use a mathematical formula. Formula would be which one is larger, total revenue or total assets. So you start with that number. You then use a percent to represent risk, right? And that'll be some point whatever number, which will then get you down to your materiality threshold. So the way we teach young accountants, it's a net. How wide or how tight is your net? That's that materiality threshold. And anything below that threshold, for the most part, is subject to not be audited.
Okay, and again, this is something that most auditors follow that practice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
I don't know if the board remembered some time ago, we did present an item to the board and presented that we have a transparency portal. It's Riviera Beach Open Finance, where you can literally see every check that is provided by the city. And it's on our website. It's actually, if you go on the finance department's website, and it's Riviera Beach Open Finance, you can look at the payroll, you can look at the checkbook, you can look at accounts receivable. So all that information has been and is available for public consumption and for some years now.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Just one question for me, Mr. Harvey. Currently reserves, do we know how much money is in our reserves?
I do not off the top of my head know the exact amount of the reserves for the year end.
Do we, typically, what amount of reserves should be held in the actual account, city account? Is there a certain percentage, standard practice?
It is. So GFOA, a best practice would be that the reserves of municipal government should be approximately 20-25% of annual expenditures.
Do we have an idea, if you don't have the amount, the percentage?
I don't have the percentage, but I can tell you that there are ratio analysis we did, and the net asset calculations didn't flag us that the state has things of financial conditions to assess if the city or government is headed to a condition of emergency. And so when we do that analysis, it will flag us. And so nothing in our analysis flagged that at this current time being September 30, 2023, that there is a deficit position or a failing in the net asset area.
And when you say a failing in the net asset, what triggers that failing in the net asset?
Right. So for example, that net assets are so low that it couldn't support another year of expenditure.
Would there be a trigger if there were reserves that exceeded or far exceeded that standard practice of that 20-25%?
You say far exceeded, that would be higher than?
Yes, sir.
Higher than is great. Nothing would trigger anything except an attaboy.
I would say that's great, but when we have a need in our community and that the money is not actually getting out to the residents, it wouldn't make it great for certain residents. So if we have that percentage in those reserves that are too high, then I think that we're being counterproductive to the needs of the community. So, Mr. Randy Sherman, if you do have that information for us as to where our reserves are currently at.
Mr. Chair, if I may
course.
also provide some additional commentary. GFOA also states that if you're a coastal community, you also need to account for that in your fund balance as well. So depending on certain factors, certainly the standard is 20 to 25%, but being a coastal community, it depends on the resiliency of your community. I was having conversations with administrators that some of them have well over 70% in reserves and reserves fund. So we're not at that point, but I do want to know that just depending on certain factors in the event that there was a hurricane or incident, that will dictate, and where your community is located and your vulnerability does dictate also what your fund balance is. Mr. Sherman?
And to that point, Mr. Evans, I agree. We are a coastal community, but also we do have the third lowest median income in regards to our residents. Those dollars have to kind of get out to the community, and we have to be at a certain percentage and hold that accountable to say, if the standard practice is 25% and we're far exceeding that, these dollars have to get back into the residents, into the community, and make sure that we're assisting them. Mr. Sherman, if you have that information.
I do. At the end of September, the undesignated or unassigned fund balance was $34.5 million.
34.5?
Correct.
And we don't have an idea of what percentage that would equate to, do we?
Well, your operating budget for this year is roughly $100 million. So we're at 34.5%.
Okay. So we're not far exceeding, but that's just the standard 34.
Yeah, and I'll add, I'll tell you, when I was in New Hampshire, we carried 15%. When I came to Florida and I, looked around, the answer was, you need to have at least 3 months, so again, that 25%, but again, consider where you are, and, adjust that number accordingly. So, and I do want to say, just remember that fund balance is not cash, and certainly as we get into the budget period, process, we've talked about the fact we need to, walk through that process about fund balance. And, we'll lay out and even show you what our annual cash flow is. Because before that, we start receiving tax revenues in the month of November. Our general fund cash can be down around a couple $1 million, so it's not like there's a lot of extra cash around. Fund balance considers your fixed asset, your capital assets, your receivables, and there's other, components that are in there. So yeah, we're at 34.5 million, which is a roughly 34.5%. Is that excessive? I personally don't think so. But again, we can have that discussion as we progress through the budget process.
I definitely want, when we get to the budget process, to discuss what does that percentage and reserves need to be and what does that look like, because I want us to be intentional and impactful with every single dollar, down to the penny, because we have to make sure this money is getting into our community and we're addressing all of the needs, infrastructure and community needs. Thank you. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Question concerning the fund balance. Mr. Sherman, you said 34 million approximately?
34 and a half.
34 and a half. Can any of that money be used? We're negotiating an interagency agreement right now with the county per sand erosion and replenishment of the sand. Can any of that money be used towards that? Can that be budgeted?
Well, again, that's to my point that the 34 and a half million is not cash. That's not cash. And again, when you look at the cash flow, as we head into November, and again, that's only 1 month into the year, we are watching our daily cash balances till those cash collections start coming in. So again, I just want you to understand that it's not surplus money that's sitting around unused. We do budget annually into the capital project funds. You'll see in the budget. Last year, we did put money in for the beach erosion. I know this year we're going to have to put more money in for the beach erosion. But that's really the process, is, appropriated during that budget process. I'm going to say, when we hit 2020, we hit COVID, we did have a negative year. We were, so the 34 is the bounce back. But, we just have to keep in mind that there's more than factors that go into it than just that one number. But
Can I add one thing,
Thank
please?
you. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Harvey.
just want to give this for your knowledge because I think your question can be broadened. In fund balance, there are certain designations. What Mr. Sherman noted is the undesignated. And you as a board can assign and you can designate funds to be used for what you deem it to be. So I want you to know that that is possible. It does tie into the budgetary process, but there is designations, and it's in that CAFR that you can designate, you being the electeds, assigned, unassigned, designated, and then there's undesignated fund balance that are categories that are within that line item area. So I wanted to put that on the floor.
Thank you, cleared that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
That rings true for the entire budget process. You all can decide at any particular time to unfund a particular, operation, activity, and the like. And so you do have that flexibility as part of the budget process to direct and remove funds where the board has changed its priorities. And I had a conversation with the finance department today about putting forth the budget calendar and sitting with the board and developing questionnaires to effectively get what the board's priorities are, because we want to make sure that the funds are utilized to accomplish what the collective desire of the board is, and also if the mission and vision of the agency still remains the same from when we established it back in 2019. So that's some of the internal conversations and more robust conversations that we will have with the board going into the budget process.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Harvey. Thank you. Amazing presentation. You've
Thank you, sir.
always worked with us and kind of stayed on point with everything. So thank you for the work you've done for the city.
Thank you. Thank you in the finance.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Board, we're going to go into public comments. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, in which event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded, the city council board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the city council chairman may have a disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting or the building. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have
15 public comment cards. Thank
Yes.
you. Public comment cards are now closed. Madam Clerk?
First, we have C. Ron Allen, followed by Cameron Cole and Lloyd Brown. Would you please come forward? Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can line up so that we can have the next speaker ready. Mr. Sira?
Elder ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cameron Cole, a rising ninth grader at William T. Dwyer High School,
And I am Jonay Johnson, a recent graduate from William T. Dwyer High School.
and we will give you an update on what KOP Mentoring Network has done in our community last month. We begin the month by honoring 5 representatives for their work in the community. At the evening of Black Excellence Under the Stars, receiving their recognition from State Senator Bobby Powell.
On Saturday, May 10th, we honored 5 local mothers as ladies of distinction at a Mother's Day luncheon at Azora Estates. Each mother received a letter from State Senator Lori Berman and a proclamation from Palm Beach County Mayor Maria Sachs declaring the day as Ladies of Distinction Day in the county.
On Saturday, May 25th, we took part in the Inner City Youth Golfers Hall of Fame camp at Bear Lakes Country Club. Several golfers gave us tips on the game and told us why the sport was important.
This past Friday, we hosted the Riviera Beach Has Talent show at the Riviera Beach Heights Gardens. On the last Friday of each month, children from the community get pointers on singing, acting, and playing instruments from professionals during this 2-hour program. And every week, our professionals were at R.J. Henley School introducing students on creating a graphic novel on their own life story. Some of them will be reading portions of their stories at the Juneteenth observance in the garden on June 23rd at 3 p.m. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ez.
Protocol has been established. My name is C. Ron Allen, representing KOP Mentor Network, operating out of Azores Estates, 1555 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. As you heard earlier, KOP Mentor Network coordinated the inaugural Family Expo 24 this past Saturday, which was a resounding success. This, however, would not be possible without the effort of two of your residents, Officer Aird Kajust and Ms. Lene Herbert. Their tireless efforts and meticulous management were the keystones to the event's resounding success. They poured countless hours into planning and coordinating, ensuring that every element came together seamlessly. As you heard, some of you witnessed also, the result was a spectacular event that was thoroughly enjoyed by everyone who attended. Their dedication and effort guaranteed a safe and enjoyable experience for all, and is truly commendable.
Thank you for your comments, Brother C-Ron.
It is individuals like these.
Thank you, Brother C-Ron. I believe the kids took up most of your time.
Oh, two separate.
Do we have two separate?
Your name first.
Okay.
Should I start?
Were there
it?
two separate public comment cards?
There was a Cameron Cole. C-Ron
Oh, that was
Allen
the first
was
one.
first.
Okay, I'm
and
sorry.
Then Cameron Cole.
So we went in the opposite order. So
Okay.
Mr. C-Ron actually has still 2 minutes.
Only
Go
have
ahead, C-Ron.
half a second to go.
Go ahead, Mr.
It is individuals like these two make such community events possible and successful. Moreover, the expo served as a classic example of how positive relationships can be built between the city, our local police, and the community at large. A synergy that was beautifully illustrated when a local resident stepped in with jumper cables to assist a police officer in need. It certainly was a beautiful demonstration of unity and cooperation that I'm sure will have a lasting impact. Once again, I thank them for their hard work, their unwavering commitment, and for creating such a memorable day for our families. Their efforts have made a significant difference in our community. Certainly, I'd be remiss if I did not give honorable mention to Assistant Fire Chief Golden, who worked the grill and showed his mettle as a firefighter. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Allen.
Next is Lloyd Brown, Dr. Philip Dukes, and Lisa Wilcox, if you will come forward.
How you doing? I just want to apologize. I kind of got loud out there in the hall, but I guess people just don't understand why I did. But you know, I went to Mac Bernard. That was like 12 years ago, and I went to Priscilla Taylor. I went to A.C. Hastings. I went to Riviera Beach City manager at the time, and I gave her assistant some pictures, you know, showing where they weren't doing no inspections in my home. So you wonder why I be so pissed off when I get up here? Because all these people were black, just like most of the people here are black. And they didn't do, I don't want to use that word again, but they didn't do nothing. They wasn't doing no inspections. And I mean, I went to Powell, and I mean, now I see this man coming back. People only come when they want something. You ever notice that? A man walk by your house, if your mango tree ain't got no mangoes, he don't stop to say good morning or nothing. But as soon as your tree full of mangoes, he right there knocking on your door. Can I get some mangoes, sir? But he'll walk by you and look at you right next to you and won't say nothing until he needs something. That's what happened when I usually go. See me, I go around, I look at everything. So like I don't see nothing these black politicians done in the last 30 years here in West Palm Beach. And then when you talk about homeless people, I know a lot of vets are homeless. So if I would let Duplantis or whatever that's my niece name. I guess she must be talking about it. But I was gonna let the governor do this, and I was in his spot, I would complain because most of the people who are homeless are either black or they veterans. And you know, I'm a veteran, and if it was a war going on, I probably would have died. You wonder why I don't stand up when they have the Pledge of Allegiance, because these black politicians that I see, I mean, it ain't worth it. Why would I stand up to pledge allegiance to the flag when I got people like this who's supposed to be helping me and they just here? They just here for the political. Y'all ever watch Hitler? You see how he got all them Jews, killed them, right? But you ever see how he got all them Germans to follow him? Same thing these black politicians do. They get up here and they can just explain to you, oh, you know, we're gonna do it this way. Let me tell you, show you how Hitler do it. You go, that's Mussolini. He'll sit there, just look around, and he won't say nothing, and people are just waiting. That's Hitler. And they follow the man, just like y'all black people out there now following these politicians. They want to take and move Barracuda Bay. And none of the people I know I done talked to don't know anything. See, I look at stuff. I went to Walmart and looked in the chicken thing. It was salmonella. It was all kind of stuff in there. See, I noticed stuff like that. So I turned them in to the, it's a department for like food and stuff. Sometimes I turned them in. I know the health department wouldn't do anything. But let me get back to this. Those same black people, Mac Bernard, Priscilla Taylor, L.C. Hastings, city manager of Riviera Beach, all of them turned their heads. Down there, Power and them lost some paperwork I turned in. I know they ain't lose it. They just lying.
Dr. Philip Dukes, Lisa Wilcox, Erica Davis.
Welcome, Dr. Dukes.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Dr. Philip Dukes, Revere Beach, Florida, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, all of our people in place to help our city move forward. I want to remind you of something when I was coming up here before. I was telling you about Black history. It is imperative that we take the lead in the state of Florida in Black history. We're doing something on Operation Restore. Now, if you go into Operation Restore, Inc.org is our website. You know, some of you know about the things I've done in this city, but all of it is there, especially when I was teaching at Youth Empowerment. I remember when I taught a group of kids, I was teaching archaeology and anthropology, and I told them that all things started with Black people in the place we call Africa. And what was in the place we call Egypt is actually Kemet. And those people south of Egypt founded Egypt, and they were the inventors of math and science. They looked at me like, no. They were amazed. Why? Because remember the last word I told y'all about culture and bigotry? I called it niggerization. And that's what America did to Black people, put them in that cauldron. So we should take the lead on teaching. And this is how we deal with what we call systemic racism in America, because actually there's no such thing as racism. It's only one human race with many cultures. So we should take the lead in teaching that. If you notice, in American society, everything about Black people is always negative. I have an earned PhD in theology. And when I was in school, they could not name one Black people in the Torah, one Black person. They refused to do it. Everybody looked like Charlton Heston and those other groups. And I said, no, that's not true. And they thought I was being bigoted. I said, no, your archaeology and your anthropology and your DNA science doesn't say that. We're one human race with many cultures, but it started with Black people. We say Black, some of the people don't understand why we say Black. Because the darker you were in America, the worse they treated you, so we all became Black. But it's actually brown. Like Alexander Brown. Look at your mayor. He chocolate brown. Look at your city manager. He raspberry brown, okay? Okay? I'm Black brown, okay? So we need to teach against this. If you want to join us, you can call me at area code 561-827-7499, because we need to start teaching against all forms of bigotry. If you notice, you see what's happening in our country today? But when we start telling the truth and teaching this, people go to him and haw and backing out. It is not the time to back out. It's time to stand up and proclaim that we are all Americans.
Thank you, Dr. Dukes.
Next is Lisa Wilcox, Erica Davis, and Lady Goldwire.
Good evening. Lisa Wilcox from Lone Pine Estates. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, Mr. Evans. Um, as you know, Lone Pine Estates is still against the rezoning of the former Lone Pine Golf Course. We won 3 years ago in planning and zoning, unanimously voted against rezoning the former Lone Pine Golf Course. The city council voted 4-1 against rezoning. There was a little callback due to the live local law, and that proved to not be valid. So that kind of fell apart. But now there's supposedly a restarting of this request for rezoning. And when our HOA president requested a reason for the restart, it was mentioned by Mr. Sermons and Mr. Evans in an email to her that it was a procedural discrepancy with Robert's Rules of Order. And that was just questionable to me, seeing as Robert's Rules of Order is just parliamentary procedure for organizations, unless the organization gives it legally binding authority. And so I guess that's my question. Has the city council given Robert's Rules of Order the weight to be legally binding? Otherwise, it's just the etiquette book on parliamentary procedure. So I will request our HOA president to request of the city this information if and when Robert's Rules of Order was given this kind of authority over our ordinances, because that is our governance, is our city ordinances. So that was the reason that was stated for its restart. And that was perplexing, to say the least. When Mr. Roberts actually wrote up Robert's Rules of Order, it was in the 1800s. He was going to be officiating church meetings, and he wanted something that was more parliamentary, something that was more judicial, I guess. And so he wrote it up so that there would be more structure to it. And people don't have to follow Robert's Rules of Order. It's just a way of having a orderly meeting. And so that is my question, is that did the city council or any other city council of Riviera Beach ever give Robert's Rules of Order legally binding authority? Thank you.
Next is Erica Davis, Lady Goldwire, and Shed Lang.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Well, Mr. Dukes, if you're here, I think you're a little too late on trying to teach systemic racism, because I witnessed that on the meeting, at the meeting over on Singer Island. It was pathetic. Now, I've been here for years trying to fight equally across the board. And what I saw the other night was, again, pathetic. It's time for us on the west side to wake up, because we've been divided and conquered. It's time for you, council, to stop being self-serving, wake up, and find a new way to deal with this city. I have been arguing with my people on the west side, supporting people on Singer Island, breaking bread with people on Singer Island. And what I saw, I was very, 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 very pissed off. Mr. Spiritus, you didn't even have the support that you needed on your own island and district. And you're trying to conquer and divide once again. And this is what I say to you, council. If they do not want to represent us, then I think it's time for annexation, because we always seem to get together, then divide again. So if you guys want to annex from Riviera Beach, reroute your water, hire your own fire department and hire the sheriff department, and you can keep your island because I don't have to go to the beach anymore. I've used it. I'm getting ready to get a swimming pool in my new house, so I don't care about that. So we need, as a board, to worry about what's on this side of town when it comes to voting. Let them stay over there and vote amongst themselves. We market our vote and go ahead on and vote for our people over here. Don't come over here asking for votes and putting your signs in our little black yards if you don't want to represent us. And that's for everybody over there. Mr. Spiritus and whoever else run from over there. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted of it. And it's time for you all to get smart. We need to start building up this side of town. We need to get our own people to develop on this side of town. Don't come over here, building up here and getting all the money and then trying to push us out either and privatize Broadway. We don't want that either, Mr. Spiritus.
Residents, please remember to address the board as a whole.
Board.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Madam Clerk.
Next is Lady Goldwire, Shed Lane, and Doretta Park.
Good evening. It's an honor to stand before you as president of the, I'm supposed to say Lady Goldwire, sorry. It's an honor to stand before you as president of the BBARB as we embark on an exciting journey together. The Black Business Association of Riviera Beach is more than just an organization. It's a movement aimed at transforming the economic landscape of our minority small business community. We are committed to being on both being a support system and a powerful advocate for the minority small businesses here in our city. Our immediate goal is ambitious but achievable. In addition to the 39 businesses that we've already assisted, we're looking to onboard 20 small businesses by the end of this year, complete with city, county, and state small business certifications. And this effort will ensure that these businesses are not only recognized, but also well equipped to thrive in the competitive marketplace. People often talk about business incubators, but we've sat down and talked about it and wish to introduce a concept of a business insulator. Our vision extends beyond the startup phase. We aim to offer comprehensive support and direction to help navigate small businesses through their challenges such as access to capital, cash flow management, personnel issues, marketing deficits. Our goal is to insulate these businesses from the common pitfalls that often hinder growth and sustainability. As we look ahead, we are excited about the future and the future of small business in Riviera Beach. Our vision for the Uptown Corridor is just one of the many things that we are looking to put all of our efforts into. This Uptown Corridor, we're hoping, will be a testament to what can be achieved when community comes together to support its own. We're also planning to introduce business startup scholarships, infusion methodologies, providing much needed financial support to aspiring entrepreneurs. And additionally, we are eager to collaborate with small business and commercial landlords who are looking for passionate, committed, paying tenants. These collaborations will create amazing opportunities for the landlords and businesses, fostering a mutually beneficial environment for growth. Together, we can build a thriving business community that not only supports our local economy, but also serves as a model for other communities. And we're wanting to work hand in hand to make sure that the BBARB is a beacon of hope, opportunity, and success. And while our mission focuses on Black-owned businesses, we want to be very clear that we are inclusive, we will be inclusive. It's a membership open to all. We welcome and encourage the support and partnership of small business owners throughout the city and surrounding cities as allies who share our vision of a thriving small business ecosystem. The BBRB understands the unique challenges faced by Black-owned businesses, and we also recognize the power of collaboration. And so by fostering these partnerships between Black-owned businesses and all of our additional members, we can create a stronger and more supportive small business tapestry. We are looking forward to the work that we are about to embark upon.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Next is Shed Lane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Lane.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and good evening, commissioners and Chair Doug Lawson. My name is Shedrick Lang, and I am the executive director of the Black Business Association of Riviera Beach. I come before you today in the spirit of fellowship and collaboration, driven by a shared commitment to delivering on our key initiatives as Ms. Goldwire so eloquently emphasized in her recent speech. The BBARB was founded out of the necessity to support and uplift Black-owned businesses within our community. This month marks 2 years since we started working on the concept of a 501c6 nonprofit organization, during which I've had the privilege of meeting many business owners and inspiring entrepreneurs. These individuals have consistently expressed concerns about the numerous administrative obstacles they face when opening a business in our city. In response to these challenges, BBARB dedicated itself to providing comprehensive support services from start to finish. We aim to ensure that every business can navigate the complexities of the administrative process with ease and efficiency. Currently, we are assisting several business owners who are eager to establish their presence in Riviera Beach. Kofi's Not So Wine Bar, the Emperor Spa, Elegant Oasis Event Center, and the Moon of Hope Domestic Violence Center are among them. We aim to help these businesses avoid bureaucratic hurdles and streamline their application process. To highlight some of our successes, we have facilitated certification for over 39 businesses and securing small business enterprises certifications with the county. Numerous businesses received their minority business certifications at the state level, and we have assisted several business owners with securing a disadvantaged business enterprise certifications with the state, with the federal level. An accomplishment we are incredibly proud of. Since officially announcing our agency on June 1st, nearly 75 business owners and supporters have signed up through our website, bbarb.org. I'm sorry, I lost my place here. We receive impressive financial support, and our future is bright. Thanks to our partnership with the city, I am pleased to announce the Imperial Vendor Market, scheduled on July 27th. This event will provide aspiring entrepreneurs a platform to showcase their products and services, hoping they will be inspired to open their business in our wonderful city. I really want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the office of Doug Lawson and the partnership with the mayor and the chief of police. Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Doretta Polk, followed by Chandra Stringer and Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk. And this evening, Attorney Pittman from Tallahassee was stating that Mr. Evans and also Mrs. Deirdre Jacobs has worked tirelessly concerning the water plant. And I just want to commend them. I do want to commend them. And I thank you for your service because we definitely need this taken care of. And I also want to commend Mrs. Deirdre Jacobs because some of our neighbors, we had a little problem in our neighborhood. And she got a hold of Mr. Mark Jones, Mr. Jesus, and they were out today and fixed it. And it was done within 24 hours. And I want to commend her and her wonderful, outstanding staff because they did a very nice job. Very courteous, very polite, and we appreciate her and her staff. I also want to make a comment, as Mr. McCoy stated, that we want to be good stewards to the taxpayers when the auditor was here. And I hope being a good stewardess now we need low income housing. We need that. But I hope when our attorney, Mrs. Christie uh, Godot, stated we need to have safeguards for the city in case the uh, housing authority won't be able to complete what they stated they were. So the safeguards that she was stating is that the land would be reversed back to the city. So I just want to inquire with our attorney, Mrs. Wynn, did this happen? Did we have safeguards? Because we just don't want to give property in case this does fall through the cracks, that it will come back to the citizens of Riviera Beach, our taxpayers, because that was over $5 million that was given to them. And we do need low-income housing, but we do have to have a safeguard for our city. And I just want to know if anyone could collaborate on that. We did have that safeguard placed as she requested of the council. I thank you very much. And one other thing, I do thank the firemen and the firewomen. They do need a raise, just as important as the police department. And we have to give a raise to also these people who are working out in the elements. It is so hot out there. And I thank you very much.
If it comes to
Shandra Stringer, Margaret Shepherd, followed by Cindy March.
Good evening, Chandra Stringer, Rivera Beach, to the chairperson, Lawson, to the mayor, city manager, and all of the other council persons on the dais. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. And Ms. Polk, you definitely stated something that I really want to publicly thank the Public Works Department for this city. Of course, I live in the city, so I'll oftentimes encompass them in traveling, and just the care and the professionalism that they do on a day-to-day basis, especially in this weather. So if you're watching, which a lot of them do, kudos to you, and definitely hoping you're getting compensated accordingly. I did miss a portion of the meeting, so I did not hear Attorney Pittman's comments, but I do want to address the situation with the water. It seemed like that we've forgotten it. It seemed like that we just, like you guys say all the time, kicking the can down the road. We haven't heard anything. On May 31st, there was an article posted by the Palm Beach Post with all of the findings and all the failure of procedures and everything else, along with the amount of the fine that DOH is proposing. And so it just baffles me to the utmost that it's not on the agenda that for discussion. And I think not that nobody wants to lose a job in this economy, but it just a little puzzling that nothing has been done, but admitting that there was an error. But hey, these are the things we're doing on a day-to-day basis to make sure that we're not doing that. And we always talk about transparency. I think we need to define that a little bit better. And then the last thing is when we're talking about moving the city forward, that's subjective to different people because different people have needs. And so, Mr. Evans, thank you for reminding us the information that's on the website. But I would like to see some documentation of all the capital improvement projects and what's the status of those. Last November, we were told that you would present that in one of the council meetings. I don't know, maybe it was one of the two that I missed, but I have not heard that. And I've asked at least several times since I came to the podium. I want to thank each and every one of you for your service and your time because it is a sacrifice. But I also just know that I'm going to continue to hold you guys accountable as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Cindy March and Mary Brown.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Ms. Deborah Hall, I was over at the port last week, and a young lady, I can't remember where she came from, but she installed a young lady at the port as having a Master Municipal Clerk's certification. The thing that really shocked me, Margaret Shepherd, I know I forgot it. She said, I think it was only 196 Master Municipal Clerks. That was a shocker. That was a shocker. So you're going for it and you're going to put us on the map. I'm going to enjoy that. Mr. Evans, I was away for a while and I came home. I had a tree cut down. And when I came home, the leaves was everywhere. And I jumped in my car, went to City Hall, and Mrs. Bostic was there. And she told me she was leaving. That was her last day. So she told me to go to Clean and Safe, which I did. And I think Clean and Safe, the ambassadors, I kind of lost it. Now, I didn't kind of lost it, I lost it. That the good company would put that trash right to the curb and just not pick it up. And that was okay. I was good. Clean and Safe picked it up. About a couple of weeks ago, same thing, but it was my next door neighbor, Mr. Evans. It was out there for a month. A month, Mr. Evans. And I was mortified, back in the car, going to Clean and Safe. And I thanked them coming out in the hot sun, doing a job that you are paying somebody else to do. If it was me, I would fire them immediately. This is terrible that our place is not clean. Where I'm at, I put my own flowers out. Every last one of the flowers. And the tree, it was beautiful, but it was going into the underground of the house. Where do you go from here? And I just want to be calm because Mrs. Dawson will be turning 90. Mr. Evans, I know you did it when she was 84, 89 or somewhere, but her birthday celebration will be here at the marina, the 20th of June at 4 o'clock. If you all would just come, 90 years old, and I think that we need to give our seniors some type of recognition, and you did it before, and I was just thankful that you recognized her because she was the parting president of the Southside Coalition. And those, really all of those people that went before us are now dying out. She is one of the last. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Your comments, ma'am.
Cindy March, Mary Brown, followed by J.B. Dixon.
Welcome, Ms. March.
Good evening, Councilor. I'm Cindy March. My main goal is to see clean water, and I know everybody else wants to see clean water here in the city. It's okay about the sand, the beaches, or whatever, but we first need to stick to our number one priority, which is clean water. As much as I would like to see affordable housing, and I'm trying to understand what is affordable housing, Dr. Spiritus, I want to thank you for explaining to me what income bracket that they take from affordable housing, because I had a coworker was approved for Berkeley Landing, and when they told her $1,800, that's not affordable housing. My issue also, my next issue and concern, if we're going to promote mental illness, let's allocate these dollars that you all are hiding up to $100,000. And the reason why I use the words hiding, because any dollar that you spend of taxpayers' money, it should be itemized what it was for. Take that money, since you're going to advocate, you're going to photo op for mental illness, build a building for mental illness. The reason why I'm so into that, because 40 years ago, I was one of them. And I know what God can do. So I don't put my trust in man. I keep my trust in God. But we must do better when we know better. When I went to federal court, and I'll say it over and over again, the thing that you all was found for was corrupt. The word still stands today. Because for this man to stand up here with an audit and say you do not have to say about the $75,000 up to $100,000, that's corruption here in the city. And you know who is falling back on? The citizens of Riviera Beach. I've been an advocate for over 30 years. And these people are sick and tired. The residents are tired and sick. And I wonder why they don't get out and vote when I go and have this candid conversation with them. And I'm the type of person, I'm not here to throw shade, but if I'm gonna call a spade, I'm gonna call it all the way around the square. I'm not here to protect Dr. Spiritus, but we have also went on Singer Island, and you have the diving suits, the no fishing sign, and he wasn't even sitting in that seat. Julia Botel was sitting in that seat at the time. Nobody bashed this lady when she sat there. You can do what you want to do. We can agree and disagree, but let's be fair. Okay, let's be fair about the whole situation. Because if I'm not mistaken, you advocated for them and broke bread, like you say, plenty of times and went against your own people. Politics is very dirty. You can't trust no one. You can't even trust me. Because when it's time for me to be real,
Please, Ms.
I'm
March,
going to fall
address
out
the
with a
board.
lot of people. I'm going to be real.
Ms. March, address the board, please.
Excuse me?
Address the board, please.
Okay, I will address the board, but I'm telling you, the spade is a spade. People don't like when you're honest, because then you'll be labeled as crazy. You'll be labeled as she don't know what she's talking about, or he don't know what he's talking about. You all got to do better.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Mary Brown, JB Dixon, and the last speaker is Winston Wright.
Mr. Graham, good evening, board, chair, and all of you representatives, parents. It is summertime, and all of the programs, summer programs, or the enrichment programs that are available, please get your kids involved so that their minds can continuously stay out of the devil's workshop. And parents, if you do not have a summer enrichment program, you as parents, you read a book, a newspaper, point out some words. Get your kids engaged in reading. Get them engaged in words. Get them engaged in the syllables in the words so that they would be able to read them, break them up, and put them into sentences. You as parents, you could do a lot yourselves because we are in some crossroads here with our children. Our schools cannot do it all. The household must be held accountable. It was some sadness that has gone on within the family with loved ones. And I'm going to give Terry the Bible a shout out in the passing of his beloved father, Mr. Francisco, who was a very well established entrepreneur and a business insurance agent. And also to Tanya Kent and the girls and the whole entire family. Also, Douglas DJ Lundy Jr., the late attorney Andy DeGraff and Wright stepson. He was eulogized on last Saturday, and condolences still goes out for his wife, Natasha, and for his mother, Mary DeGraff and Wright. That family is still in mourning. And to the lobbyists, Sean Pitt, State Senator Bobby Powell, Representative Tate Edmonds, thank you for coming and engaging we, the people. You work for us, and we expect for you to work for us fully. And when you come back and bring us updates and help us lay out the things that we need and the things that you all will lobby for we as a city, because we cannot do it solely on our own. We have to have that navigation. So Ms. Graham said, thank you, and continuously to work spiritually within our city. So thank you. Thank you, thank you.
JB Dixon, followed by Winston Wright.
JB Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach. The good news from Singer Island is that Fane Lozman's shack that was polluting our waters before and then our upland has finally been taken away. I guess he could see the writing on the wall with the lawsuit hearing coming up, and so if it had not been raining, I think there would have been dancing in the streets on North Ocean Drive as it was towed away on a flatbed truck. We also wanted to thank the city for what it has done about the derelict boats, which have been a problem for a long time. A lot of people don't understand that it's not Riviera Beach that is not enforcing derelict boats and floating structures. A, there's a difference between the two. And B, those are not all our waters out there. So when people see stuff, it's not because Riviera Beach has not done its part, which it has, in removing those derelict boats. And I, for one, am very grateful and want to thank you.
And our last speaker is Winston Wright.
Good afternoon to each and everyone. My name is Winston Wright. I'm a partner with Frontline, my little business called Sunday Breeze, and I partner up with Frontline. I'm here today to make a request. I'm not here to make any demand, I'm just to making a request. I've been cooking for 36 years. In this year, from Jupiter to Singer Island, and a lot of people like my food. And I got a lot of people that follows me and, enjoy eating my food. So I'm just here on a request for the zoning at 1601 Old Dixie Highway. I don't know if you guys could change it or grant me some kind of permit so I can operate fully. Like I said, I got a lot of people who love my food, come there to sit down, have a soup or a fish or meal. And I noticed because of the zoning, a lot of people says, they don't wanna come there because they're scared that we're gonna get shut down or tell us that we gotta leave. Yes, we do have a little thing to have a small amount, like 30, 39 people. But I'm asking if we could do anything about the zoning to change a little bit. And because there's a restaurant there that's been established for over 20 years. And like I said, I partner up with Frontline. My little business is Sunday Breeze, and we do a lot of food. And people really come out to enjoy the food. So if the zoning cannot change, I'd just like to know if I could get some kind of permit to operate, where I can operate to a good capacity where, 'cause that's the way I put food on my table. That's the way I pay my bills. So that's all I'm trying to request. If zoning could change a little bit, or I could get a permit where I could operate, where I could, operate on the good level where I could get all the necessary needs. I would have to have a better security. I'm trying to get to work with the police also and to fix that security system camera so, everything can be visual. Nothing wouldn't be hiding. Everything can be visual. If it's possibility that something and you guys want to see the tape, you guys can have it to view it and make your own decision. But all I'm asking for is just a request about zoning or a permit. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, comments. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Whoa. Ask her about my card that went in for 6A and she wouldn't let me speak for 6A. I want to speak.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not receive public comment cards for presentations.
It says 6A. I gave it to this lady. It was sitting on her desk. I was one of the first ones at this meeting. I'm a taxpayer and I'm a resident and I vote and I want to speak.
And he was advised that we do not receive public comment cards for presentations.
Have one of your officers come escort me out because I'm going to keep talking.
Can you please let me chair the meeting and I will go ahead and address the board? It's the pleasure of the board. We would like to have him give his public comments.
And I appreciate that very much.
Board?
Okay with me.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, if you start at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here because I heard 3 council members talking about the audit today. I don't want that can kicked down the road past the next meeting. Please, one of you put it on, instruct them with a vote to put it on the agenda, because you're letting the staff run you. You're not running the staff. Again, and I've said that before, but why do I say it tonight? The internal auditor, as I understand it, put in a request 2 years ago for assistance. It was denied in a written report that she did. Then last year, she quit. As I understand it, she quit a number of days before the poop ended up in my water, my drinking water. And now, since that's happened, we've had a cover-up. We've had all sorts of questions about bonds and expenses and money that this council's, and yet there's no internal auditor in 12 months. You have the chair of the audit committee saying publicly, this needs to be addressed. Please address it. Quit letting this crew over here dictate what you do. I vote for you. I don't vote for them. And I want that to happen because you got $400 million in new taxes that you're going to dump on these people and me. Now, I can afford it. God, thank God. But there's a lot of people that cannot afford it. My taxes for the assessment, and watch this year what's going to happen in August. The assessments, you're going to have people screaming out here because the assessments drive the tax roll and then their insurance goes up and they're going to be forced out of their homes. Please focus on your budget. In terms of an auditor, I'd love to see a forensic audit. I don't need to hear that the Ethics Commission's investigating here, the Office of Inspector General's investigating. I hear the state attorney is now investigating. You know, this has to stop. You're crushing the community. Please, it's not you. You're letting them run this instead of you. Please take control. I mean, it's very frustrating. My tax assessment went up just for Riviera, $2,400 in 3 years. That's $2,400 in additional taxes. Right? That's on a place that was valued at $480. A lot of homes now, because of this, what happened in COVID, are up in the 300, 400 range, all through this city. Their Riviera taxes are going to double when this bond, all this $400 million in new bonds comes. Get an auditor. Please get someone on board. I mean, the last thing I'd say is I put in blueprints the end of this week, City of West Palm, for a 10,000 square foot brand new warehouse, category 5, 4 bays, 16 trucks, 1,500 square foot office, 3 bathrooms, $100 a square foot. You're paying $1,200 a square foot. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, for the record, that was Scott Lewis, the public speaker, and that is the end of public comment cards for general public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans, you want to address public comments, please?
With respect to Robert's Rules of Order, that is actually codified in your charter as it relates to the process that the board is to govern itself and handle public meetings, especially meetings of the governing body. So that is a requirement that the board comply with Robert's Rules of Order. With respect to the article and the communications that we have put out to the board concerning the notice that we received from the Department of Health, we are looking to facilitate a conversation with the Department of Health and then look to have a subsequent discussion with the board so that that information is in fact forthcoming. Concerning the capital budget items that have been communicated, I will be placing a memo. You will get a memo tomorrow from me that will go over, I think, roughly about 30 projects, updating the board on some of the things that we're doing administratively to move forward some of these projects. In addition to, we've also had a tab on our webpage for Imagine Riviera Beach where it speaks to some of the capital projects, but I will be putting out a monthly correspondence that will have all the capital projects, and you will be getting actually that memo, and that will be available for public consumption. It was a comment about solid waste services. I know Director Treviso will follow up with Ms. Shepard to look to address that. And certainly we will look to make sure that the board has the notification concerning Ms. Dawson's 90th birthday party, if it's in fact here, to inform you accordingly. We certainly go there. The question about permitting for food trucks. Director Sermons can certainly follow up with the gentleman to find out, so he's aware of the process to effectively be permitted to have a food truck in the area. And with respect to the internal audit, I can tell you that I was just looking at the PEPI study here concerning the audit, and actually the reason for the auditor's departure was not exactly what the individual stated. There's a lot of other factors associated with that, but based on the PEPI study, that is the study for compensation statewide, the average salary for internal auditors is $150,000, where the base range is from 115 to 191. Ours is posted at $80,000 to 110, and so we have had that position posted for some time, and certainly looking to bring somebody on board to help facilitate that. And again, I did have a conversation with a person that effectively meets all the criteria to serve in the audit capacity that is looking to come on board and help us. And then one of the first orders of business will be sitting down with board members to, in fact, get your concerns to look to bring that back before you. But again, one of the things I think is important is this budget process that we're getting ready to go into and getting clarity from the board as to what the board wants to make as its priorities. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Question from the board?
Yes, Mr.
Councilman, go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Evans, there was another gentleman that spoke of potentially some sort of permit. Can you have that directed to Mr. Development Services as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And correct me, but I literally just looked at it. Maybe the posting is wrong, but the auditor starts at 73,000, and I'm like, I mean, you have folks in this organization that don't even have a degree that gets that kind of money. And you're asking someone with a master's degree plus a top level, I mean, equivalent. I mean, they're the equivalent of an attorney to start at a salary of 73,000. I don't know where you're going to get it with that, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. Madam Clerk? 8A?
We are on item 8A, ordinance 4259, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, zoning on behalf of Second Avenue Properties applicant, approving a rezoning amendment application ZA-23-0010 to rezone a plus or minus 0.1127 acre parcel located at 30 East 22nd Court, PCN 5643422815001290, and a plus or minus 0.1466 acre portion of 2230 Broadway, parcel 128, PCN 5643422815000170 from a single family dwelling district, RS8, to a downtown core zoning district, DC, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comments cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Move to approve.
Motion been made and properly seconded.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman McCoy, go ahead.
So since Mr. Simmons already have this up on the board, questions, I'm gonna go ahead and ask a question if I can, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should have waited to the manager, but I was just gonna ask the question. Was there any changes since first reading?
No, there.
Okay, so thank you. I don't need a presentation. It's a routine rezoning.
Thank you, sir. Question from the board? Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
There are no public comment cards on this item.
Roll call, please.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
8B?
We are on item 8B, adoption of ordinance 4260, City of Riviera Beach redistricting voting district boundaries. Mr. Chair, I would like to read the ordinance language into the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 5-1, entitled Designation of Voting Districts of the City of Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances by redefining the geographic boundaries for the 4 established voting districts, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have 4 public comment cards in this item. The acceptance of public comment cards in this item is now closed.
Motion?
So moved.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, the item before you this evening is to bring forward the redistricting item, Ordinance 4260, for the purposes of having the discussion with the board about the 3 maps that were provided. Pursuant to the direction provided by the City Council, staff moved forward with facilitating additional discussions with the community, and that was 2 additional meetings. We did facilitate those meetings, and now we are before you this evening to get clarity from the board with regards to which map the board is interested in possibly entertaining. And so at this time, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Schultz and his team to facilitate the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
I'm Dr. Ronald Schultz. Okay, I'm Professor Emeritus at Florida Atlantic University Department of Geosciences. I've been involved in districting and redistricting since the 1980s. And okay, probably I think it's over 70 redistrictings, formal redistrictings that myself and my associates have done over the last 40 years. We have presented, okay, a written report, which the council has. We've also attended, okay, 3 forums or workshops, if you will, and we also were here at your last council meeting. So we're going to kind of repeat, okay, a number of items that we have already presented to the community and to the council. We're going to go through the, okay, PowerPoint slide again, which basically concludes with 3 viable alternatives that meet all federal, state, and city charter conditions for redistricting the voting districts, the representative districts for the city of Riviera Beach. Your districts are very much out of balance. One district is almost 4 times as big as the smallest district. That's an exceptionally large deviation that needs to be addressed at some point by the city council. With that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mr. James Gamma Clark, who's one of my associates. Okay, we've been working together for about 20 years on redistricting issues. James?
Good evening, members of the council, members of the public. Very happy to be back. Again, my name is James Gamma Clark. I am with Florida Atlantic University's Geosciences Department. And as Dr. Schultz suggested, I'm here to present the map alternatives that we've created for your election districts. Here's our agenda for the evening. We'll introduce the redistricting team. We'll go over the city charter as it pertains to the redistricting process. We'll walk through the process that we've engaged in. We'll talk about the data that we've used, the population analysis that we've conducted on your behalf, and we'll finish up by reviewing the 3 alternatives that we've created for your consideration. Dr. Schultz already introduced himself. I already introduced myself. We do have a 3rd member of the team. His name is Michael Stam, who's an adjunct faculty with the University Department of Urban and Regional Planning. And as part of his day job, he's the Assistant City Manager for the City of Pembroke Pines. Here we see the city charter, or at least the portion of the city charter that pertains to redistricting. And it has a number of interesting things that it states with regards to redistricting. The first, of course, is that the city boundaries need to be split into 4 districts. Of course, there's a 5th district that serves at large. So we have to start with the boundaries of the city when we're carving up those new districts. The second thing, of course, is that each of those districts needs to be as nearly as practicable equal in population. And then your charter goes further in stipulating that the deviation between those districts should be no more than 8%. And this is a stricter standard than is the norm. So normally a 10% deviation would be deemed acceptable. So it is a laudable goal that the city has set in its charter to achieve this stricter standard. Of course, the other thing that the city charter states about redistricting is that following 1975, the city should redistrict every 10 years. Unfortunately, it's been more than 40 years since the last redistricting process. And so here we are this evening presenting over 40 years of accumulated change that needs to occur. And of course, that kind of change makes people uncomfortable. Of course, if the redistricting had occurred more frequently, you'd be talking about a small amount of change this evening, and then maybe people wouldn't be quite so, experiencing so much heartburn, but that's where we are. Here we see the existing city district map. We'll be referring back to this again and again this evening as we go through the various alternatives. This project was split into two parts. The first part asked us to analyze your existing districts. We did that, as Dr. Schultz suggested. Your existing districts are heavily out of balance. We were then asked to move on to the second part of the project, which was actually to engage in the redistricting process, which is what we're here this evening to discuss. So specifically, we created those map alternatives. As Dr. Schultz suggested, we've been here to the council. We've had 3 workshops with the forums where we presented those alternatives. And of course, we hope you'll be able to adopt one of those this evening. The data that we've used in this study consists of 2 parts. The base of our data, the primary data, is the same data that's used by every level of government across the country, whether we're talking about the city level or the county level or the state level. It doesn't matter. All of those jurisdictions use the same data, which is the Census Bureau's 2020 Census Redistricting Summary File. And specifically, we're using the census block. So when we talk about redistricting, you're really talking about building a jigsaw puzzle. And you can use jigsaw pieces of different sizes. So if you're doing it at the state level, you might use the large jigsaw pieces, which are the census tracts. But when you're engaging this at the city level, you have to use the small jigsaw pieces, which are the census blocks. And we piece those together to build your 4 districts as we go through this redistricting process. The second set of data we used was housing data provided to us by the city staff specifically. Specifically, this was CO data. And that is, the reason we did that was to update the census data to account for the fact that the census is more than 4 years old. So you have to recognize the fact that the city has undergone change since April 1st of 2020, which was Census Day. So taking into account those COs, we added a relatively modest number of people to the city estimate. Specifically, 2,261 people were added to the estimate. And you can see how that breaks down in this table here. That said, the majority of these people were located in District 1, specifically 1,465 of those new people were estimated to be found in District 1. So what this means is, at the end of this estimate process, we believe that your current city population is roughly 39,865. This also means that if you take that number and you divide it by 4, that the ideal population for each district is going to be just under 10,000 each, at 9,966 people for each district. As Dr. Schultz mentioned, District 1 is the largest district. It's at 17,261 people. That's 7,295 people more than the mathematical average. And the smallest district is District 4 at 4,579 people. That's 5,387 people fewer than the mathematical average. So statistically, what this means is that the population imbalance has become more extreme since 2020 when you factor in that population estimate, when you factor in the growth that we know has occurred in the city. The total deviation grows to 163%, and the mean deviation, which is a very important number, is 40.8%. The spread, meanwhile, is 127.3%. The spread number is the difference between the largest district and the smallest district. When you add those two numbers together, we get 127.3%. Both of these numbers, the spread and the mean deviation, both exceed that maximum 8% deviation that's called for in your city charter. So this brings us to part two, where given that the existing districts are out of balance, we need to engage in redistricting. Specifically, the overall pattern of district boundary changes needs to increase the population of districts 2 and 4 while significantly reducing that of District 1. This in turn requires large aerial changes to those districts, with each adjustment impacting the surrounding districts in a cascading manner. So in other words, if you make a small change over here in one neighborhood, that's going to have a domino effect where you have to make another change in another neighborhood, and then another change in another neighborhood, and so on and so forth. So, as I suggested, we've created 3 map alternatives for your consideration. How we did that was by following these particular parameters. Our first criterion is always reasonable population equity. And in following your city charter, as I stated, you have to make sure that the deviation between those districts is less than 8%. The other thing that we need to abide by in achieving this population equity is to make sure that we strictly follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which states that arbitrary dilution of minority population clusters and other discriminatory practices are strictly prohibited. Our second criterion is geographic contiguity and appropriate compactness. So we will always seek spatially compact districts. We will follow major natural and man-made boundaries where possible. We will maintain respect for the integrity of communities of interest. And we will minimize the degree of change in pre-existing patterns of districts to the extent possible. That said, population equity is always of primary importance, and the other factors are significant in guiding us towards reasonable population balance. There is another consideration at play here, and that is brand new state law. Specifically, House Bill number 411 states that districts may not be drawn with the intent to favor or disfavor a candidate for or member of the governing body based upon their residential address. Secondly, that each municipality shall create districts that are as nearly equal in proportion to their respective populations as is practicable. And thirdly, that such changes may not be made in the 270 days before a regular general election for the governing body of the municipality. Given that the city's next election will be March 11th of 2025, this means that any newer districts must be adopted before June 14th of this year. So now we actually get to the meat of the presentation where we discuss the 3 alternatives that we've created for your consideration. Here we see the first map, alternative 1, and this is what we call the minimalist option. We always start a redistricting effort by creating boundaries that change the existing boundaries as little as we possibly can to achieve district population equity. And in this case, as we described before, District 4 has to grow, and District 4 only has one option for growth. It can expand to the north, it can expand to the east, it can expand to the west. It can only expand west, and in this case, it's expanded west across the intercoastal as far as President Barack Obama Highway. Similarly, under this option, District 1 has contracted to the west, so its eastern border has moved west. This next map highlights the specific geographic areas that are changed under this alternative. So the red areas here show the 4 areas that are different from your existing districts. And I'll go through each of these in turn in a little bit more detail. So here we see the first two of these changes that we described. As I mentioned, District 4 expands west across the intercoastal to President Barack Obama Highway, but specifically north of Blue Heron Boulevard. This adds 4,140 people to District 4 from District 2 and a further 959 from District 1. District 1 contracts west of the easterly boundary of Seabreeze Harbor, also known as the Wedgewood Plaza subdivision, This reduces its population by 6,241 people. This area and its residents are absorbed by District 2. And then finally, District 3 contracts south to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, east of the Acre Home Park, Federal Gardens, and Harmony Heights subdivision. This area and its 896 residents are also absorbed by District 2. So what this means is that the overall deviation under Alternative 1, our minimalist option, is much improved. The total deviation falls to 7.1%, the mean deviation falls to 1.8%, and the spread falls to 5.5%. Here we see Alternative 2, and Alternative 2 is what we call a variation of Alternative 1. If Alternative 1 its goal was to make the minimal amount of change possible to achieve population equity, here we're slightly increasing the amount of change in search of additional population equity. Again, we've highlighted the areas of change from the existing district maps in red. You can see a little bit more red here. And specifically, you can see that in this case, District 4 is extending south along the eastern side of Broadway. Overall, this move adds 4,506 people to District 4, and the other adjustments we described previously for Alternative 1 are retained. Statistically speaking, this is our optimal alternative. It offers the most in terms of population equity. The mean deviation falls to 0.9%, and the spread falls to just 2.1%. Again, these statistics are the lowest of the three alternatives that we're presenting this evening. Finally, we have Alternative 3, and you can see that Alternative 3 involves a great deal more change. And this alternative was created in response to feedback we got from one of our initial workshop that we had with the public. So you can see in this case, the districts take on the pattern of north-south running districts as opposed to their present more east-west orientation. Here we see the change map, and again, there's a lot more red on this map. And for some people, that's going to mean more heartburn. The more red means more change means more heartburn. But we can run through each of these changes in turn. District 1 retains the northwest corner of the city under this alternative, specifically west of the center line of the C-17 canal. Its eastern border then continues south of Blue Heron Boulevard along the C-17 canal as far as the Marsh Harbor subdivision. It then jogs east of Congress Avenue and then south of the city limits. As a result, District 1 becomes the city's western district, absorbing 4,739 people from the existing District 3. District 3 retains the area south of Blue Heron, on the other hand, specifically west of Australian Avenue. It gains that part of the city north of Blue Heron Boulevard, east of the C-17 canal, and west of R.J. Henley Avenue. However, it's noteworthy that this change does split the Acre Home Park subdivision between Districts 2 and 3 on R.J. Henley Avenue, as noted on the map there. This change results in 6,623 people being moved from District 1 to District 3. Then we have District 2, which is composed of two parts, specifically that part of the city north of Blue Heron Boulevard between R.J. Henley Avenue and President Barack Obama Highway. Here, 4,333 people are moved from District 1 to District 2. And then the second part is the area south of Blue Heron Boulevard between Australian Avenue and Broadway. Here, 2,506 people are moved from District 3 to District 2. The adjustments to District 4 that we previously described under Alternative 2 are also retained under Alternative 3. So as a result, the overall deviation for Alternative 3 is much improved. The total deviation falls to 8.1%, the mean deviation falls to 2%, and the spread falls to 6.2%. So here to summarize, Alternative 1 makes the minimal geographic adjustments necessary to the existing boundaries to achieve reasonable population equity. Alternative 2 is the most balanced of the three options that you have in front of you this evening. And Alternative 3 draws the district boundaries in a primarily north-south direction. That said, as Dr. Schultz suggested, each of these alternatives are viable options for you. To recap, here we see the map for Alternative 1, the map for Alternative 2, and the map for alternative 3. And with that, we'll be very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for comments. If we can have public comment, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
first public comment is Mr. Bill Conto, followed by Ms. Erica Davis and Ms. Balsamo. If you could please state your name for the record.
Welcome, Ms. Canto.
Good evening. My name is Bill Contole. Good evening, Mayor and council members and Mr. Evans and staff. I have lived in Riviera Beach for over 40 years. I live at 1030 Grand Bahama Lane. I have worked and represented many people in the city as an attorney, and which I've done for 47 years. I'm here before you today to say that this proposed redistricting is fatally flawed, and it violates our city charter and both the Florida Constitution. Our city charter, as these gentlemen mentioned, is stricter than other items. It specifically states that we are to make our districts based on population. And if you notice, none of these men counted our population. All they did is took a 4-year-old census, 4 years old, and then, and as we all know, not everyone in the city, wherever you live, completes the census. They don't want to answer to the federal government, answer questions, and they don't complete it. So the census does not reflect our population. Secondly, it's 4 years old, and so to make up for that deficit, they have taken new building permits and then guesstimated how many people live in those new buildings. However, they did not do the same for the existing buildings in our community. So they have invoked a double standard of counting. They count new buildings at a 2.5 or 2.7 residents, but existing buildings, it's only the census. And this is in violation of our charter. It is in violation of the Florida Constitution, actually, which states that the districts are to be based on population. So what is population? Population is defined by the law and Webster's dictionary as the inhabitants of a city. So no one has counted the inhabitants of the city, wherever they are in the city. If you didn't complete the census, you're busted out of this plan and you're not counted. And that's not right for anyone here in our city. Secondly, when we have this estimated population, they don't even attempt to count people. There has never been an attempt to count the population. And yeah, I know it's going to cost a little bit of money, but this council, not this council, but many councils over the past 40 years I've known, have rushed into a plan or some operation without following the law. And what happens? We end up in a lawsuit, we lose, and all of us lose, pay legal fees and damages because we didn't do it right. We should do this right. And I'm telling you, the way to do it properly is to take account of our population of the city. Then we'll know how to properly redistrict. You know, it's like the old saying, garbage in, garbage out. We have garbage in of this survey using an estimate and mathematical computation of people in a town, and yet we don't count the people that are here in their homes already. And it really is improper and it's not correct. Furthermore, as I look at what these gentlemen have said, is they claim the population of certain portions of our city are a certain amount, but they have no idea how many they are. They haven't even checked in any way, shape, or form. If I look at the documents that they have presented, they have not provided us any reason to hurry into this redistricting. It's going to divide up districts. It's going to change our representatives. And to do that, we need to be very, very careful because lawsuits over redistricting are very common. And I would like to say that we should table this for now, take the time and do it properly, count all our residents, all the people that live in this city properly, and then we can do a proper redistricting. I'm also here on behalf of Dan Calloway, who is, as everyone knows, has been a leader in our community for many, many years. And he has authorized me to say on behalf of himself that he opposes this redistricting plan and asks you to table it and put it off till later. Thank you very much.
Next is Erica Davis, followed by Brandy Davis Balsamo.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Hogwash. If you didn't do the census, you don't get counted. We don't have privilege entitlement here. If the government puts the census out and you don't do it, so what? These gentlemen, you are insulting them. You are insulting their profession. You are insulting their time and their work. And you are insulting the taxpayers' money that you're wasting if you don't vote for this. Choose a map. I don't care which one it is. It needs to be done. Councilman McCoy sued the city to have it done. It hasn't been done in 40 years. Get it done tonight. Take it to court. Who cares? But we got to stop having the professionals come in here, hire professionals, and then you come and insult their job and their profession. It's crazy. Like I said before, if you don't want to represent us on this side, annex yourself, reroute your water, hire your fire department and hire the sheriff department, and you won't have to worry about us anymore. And don't bring yourselves over here for a vote. Simple as that. But stop insulting these people. They're professionals. They get paid to do what they do, and they've been doing it forever. Every time you turn around, we have to fight for something because of your self-serving decisions that you want. You're self-serving in here. That's why we don't get anything done. And it's time to stop being this way. This city is so complicated and retarded. I've never seen a city like this before in my life. Every time we have to make an important decision, we have to go around here making excuses for this, delaying this, and never getting anything done. And it's time and money we're always spending. And it's time out because next year is a new day. Vote for this map. We don't give a damn about, excuse me, church people, I'm very sorry for this disrespect, but I'm angry. I'm tired of it. Vote for the map. And if they want to take it to court, take it to court. And stop disrespecting these damn people.
Brandy Davis Balsamo, and the last speaker will be Mary Graham.
Good evening, commissioners, Mr. Mayor, city manager. My name is Brandy Davis Balsamo. I live on the west side in a neighborhood called Lakeview Park. I understand that this is a very complicated issue. There are a lot of dynamics at play, but I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss the concerns I have living in a neighborhood that I feel has been neglected and other people know has been neglected for a very long time, and that neighborhood is on the waterfront. And I want to make sure that this gets on the public record because having worked as a consultant before too, I see that there are two options. They're called variants, but really the only change between option 1 and option 2 is our neighborhood. That's 200 homes. I don't understand how it is legal to propose a redistricting that only impacts between two options or choice of one neighborhood. I don't understand how when I look up the Southeast Coast and look at the maps, how we're proposing a map that has commercial, everything below 22nd Court. Those aren't voters. They don't count in the population. You can't count it because it has no residents other than us in it. And you can only look at it when it's occupied or when it has a certificate of occupancy. So really it's a false choice. I don't understand how someone could put map 1 up there, and I would recommend that it is not taken into consideration because it doesn't have anything but us in it. And when this redistricting is done again, then it may have others in it, but we will be an isolated waterfront. No one else has done that. That doesn't make sense. And I understand the argument that you have where representatives are supposed to represent everyone, but there is such a concept of shared common interest. And people who pay money to live on the waterfront, they pay a premium and they expect certain services and they have certain concerns that differ from others. So again, I just ask that you consider that. Why isolate a community within a district where you have 400 homes and they'll be the only homes on the waterfront? And consider what that means for us when we advocate against certain topics and our voices aren't heard as loudly as those that are in District 4. I'm not saying that anyone in particular would do that, but I'm just saying the notion I've heard from people who tell me I'm not allowed, other residents, I'm not allowed to go speak to another council person because that's a council person that represents a different district and he has other priorities. So these maps shouldn't matter, but they do. And I would just, again, expect that map 1 really shouldn't be there. And unfortunately it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mary Brown.
Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. I was over on the island. I know Bill Pateau. Quite a bit of them know me. I'm not a racial person. My in-laws are Jewish. They normally call me that, the rainbow lady. I have the Jews, I have the Italians. I have a combination of people that are in my family. And we all get along beautiful. I eat their food, they eat mine. But we prepare what each other likes so we can be in that harmony, because that's the way we're supposed to be. My granddaughter goes to the same school that Barron Trump goes to. And all of those kids there are just like the melting pot. Because you know why? They are taught to love one another and have some meetings of the minds. My husband, I have some critical data here from the census taken in 1926. They were still doing that back then. Why do they do that? Because it gives you a population gathering to meet those cities' needs and stuff. Monies are allocated. This is state and federal stuff. They was doing this back in the 1926, 27, and go on and on. This is how you establish it, where it needs to be. And it shouldn't be no separation of power unless we do that. Because that's what we're doing. I sat over there and I heard some overtones. That's why I said, you're coming out with some racial stuff here. Because Ms. Brown doesn't play that race card. Because I'm the least one that is race. But it's there. And we cannot sweep it underneath the rug. It shouldn't be there, but it is there. It is there. Trying to achieve morals and virtue is not easy. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle taught they have to pick between the two extremes. Either you choose the lesser of the evils, because that's likely bring you to the desired point and where you need to be at. Democracy depends on counterweights and listening to one another, having some meetings of the minds here. How are we going to work together? Because this can be achieved. This can be achieved if we lay aside where we live at. Because, see, you need me and I need you. This is that rainbow that comes together to unite our city here. But with it like this here, choose a map and let's go from there.
Thank you for comments, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment for this item.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears.
And members of the board and residents. The city charter, the city council by ordinance set boundaries
of Districts 1, 2, 3, 4 by January 1, 1975, and either confirm, modify, or change the district by January 1, 1985, and every 10 years thereafter. Each district shall be nearly as practicable equal in population, and the districts must not vary more than 8% in population at the time of creating said districts or the adjustment every 10 years. Appropriate city staff, as designated by the city manager, shall review the district boundaries and recommend any necessary revisions to the city council. I assume the city manager is calling himself the staff and hired himself a consultant to assist him. As Mr. Contol said before, population definition, Black's Law Dictionary. All those individuals of units or samples that make up a constitution, usually for study purposes. For instance, population of a country, county, or city. Merriam-Webster Dictionary, the whole number of people or inhabitants in a country or region. Cambridge Dictionary, the total number of people, inhabitants in a country or region. The total number of individuals occupying an area. All the people living in a particular country or region. The Local Elections Guide to Redistricting, prepared by the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission. A, continuity. Physically adjacent U.S. government owns the intracoastal, so I don't know how this is adjacent when you move this district from Singer Island to the mainland. If you look at Black's Law Dictionary, it says uninterrupted, unbroken, non-intermittent, or occasional, an unbroken series. Remember, the United States government owns the intracoastal. The state helps them maintain it. Nowhere does it say in the charter the population is based on the U.S. Census. Nowhere in the charter does it say you have to be a registered voter or homesteaded. Nowhere in the charter does it say you must be a full-time resident to count in the population tabulation. Nowhere in the charter does it say you must only have one home and reside full-time in Riviera Beach to be considered in the population count for redistricting purposes. The city's redistricting numbers are not used to count any other elected officials in the county, state, or federal government. Community interest defined by fair vote is a region or a neighborhood who have common political, social, or economic and other interests. Singer Island has different state representative, different county commissioner, different school board member. The waterfront areas clearly have common issues. And the mainland has other common issues. We do know, by the way, of course, just for those of you who don't know, all our district representatives are elected at large. Every single person in this city, black, white, orange, green, purple, gets to vote for every single district representative in this city. We are at large. As our consultant said, the main reason that we have district representatives is to make sure everyone doesn't live in one building on one block, so that each district can have a representative to represent their special and common interest. Based on information gathered by the staff, and I'd like to thank Neighborhood Services, Mr. Sermon, they did a very good job. They received their information from the tax assessor and they confirmed it with GIS. I did the same thing, by the way. I was able to do that online very simply to go on the GIS map. I was able to do a windshield survey, just driving up and down the streets with my wife and just going online to each building. Singer Island has 4,579 units, residential units. If you multiply that times 2.75, which is the number our consultants have been using for the new buildings that are going up here in Riviera Beach, our population on Singer Island in District 4 is 12,592, well above the 9,000 number that our consultants recommend. Note, we expect 3 more projects coming on Singer Island. Note, if we expand the district east side of Broadway from Silver Road to north and the city marina to the south, it will add an additional 846 residential units, or 2,327 people. This is a coastal area with similar issues as Singer Island: derelict boats, storm surge, mooring fields, etc., etc. If you add that onto District 4, you would get a population of 14,919. I'm recommending that the map be amended to include that area, that District 4 include the east side of Broadway. And of course, remember that we have Forest Development getting ready to build close to 500 units on the east side of Broadway, which will add substantially to the population. And we have Related getting ready to build at the marina. Please keep in mind, for those of us that have lived on Singer Island for a while, that Singer Island is proud to have had Judge Rogers as a resident, Michael Brown, and Reverend Masters. All of them elected mayor living in Singer Island. My campaign manager, who is black, was considering running for office this time. We were trying to decide whether it was going to be him or me. It could have easily have been him. It might be him in 3 years. Might be Sammy Brown in 3 years. The city manager advised me, by the way, while we're going over numbers, that Singer Island pays 52.46% of the taxes for the entire city. Sometimes, you don't have to listen to the weather report. You can just open up the window and look out, and you'll see what the weather is. You don't have to look at the expert on TV. We don't have to listen to experts to drive down Singer Island to realize that we have more than 4,500 people in population living on Singer Island. It is clearly the most densely populated area in the city of Riviera Beach. There were only 2 workshops held. Well, you can count 3 maybe. But they were held at a time when the majority of the people in District 4 go away for the summer. So they did not have an opportunity to participate in these workshops. I don't understand what the rush is. I think we could wait a little bit longer and have more public input and maybe amend these maps so that they're more realistic according to our charter. By the way, if you look at the charter of West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, in their charter, it specifically states population based upon the census. We do not say that in our charter. If we want to amend the charter to say that and go through that process of using the census, I recommend that the council have a referendum and let the voters decide if that's the way they want to go in the future. But I strongly recommend that we either table this motion or we amend the map to include the east side of Broadway to the rest of District 4 and take that one little section that was taken out on the west side of Broadway and put that back into District 2. That would be a fair representation. Singer Island would still have, District 4 would still have one of the largest populations of all the districts in the city of Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board? Mr. Evans, the next steps would be to select a map and move forward with the ordinance?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what would, if the board is to effectively accept or adopt the map, then invariably what staff would do would take that map that the board has adopted and then provide that and communicate that to the public and, provide all the necessary notifications with regards to that. But yes, this item is before you on second and final reading.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spears, go ahead.
I make a motion that this item be tabled for future study and brought back at a future date.
Do we have a
Second.
second?
Second.
Motion been made. Comments from the board? Ms. Miller Anderson, Councilman McCoy.
So I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just more concerned about the use of the word table, and how that fits in with the settlement lawsuit that was brought before us.
Ms. Evans or Attorney Nguyen?
Ms. Nguyen?
Yes. Mrs. Miller Anderson, to answer your question, the settlement states that the city will present an ordinance to the council for adoption. It did not require that you adopt it. We've presented it, so we've complied with the stipulation. As it relates to tabling, at some point you would have to take it off the table. If you were to do that, I would probably recommend that you re-advertise so that the public would know that you're considering it again. And I do not know whether, at this point, whether that will require, it probably would if you change the maps, a first and a second reading. If you postpone it to a date certain using these same maps, and I don't know why you would do that, because obviously these don't appear to be the maps that you all want to consider. But if you were to do that and you postpone it to a specific date, that would not require re-advertising for second reading, because you're stating the date on the record, giving the public the information that they need to know that it'll come back on a specific date.
Okay, well, with that being said, then I can support the full motion.
And that would be to table, correct? Because that was the motion. Okay.
Councilman McCoy?
So, I want to ask a couple questions. I understand Councilman Spiritus, but what exactly would be the purpose? I mean, he said public input, but what's the expectation if we're going to table this? I mean, it's been tabled for 42, 43 years. What are we talking about? So you got to give me something more than just tabling it. That's my first question, and I would like to reserve for follow-up.
So understanding the motion, and Ms. Miller Anderson also was concerned with the term table. Pleasure of the board, what is the clear direction that we're looking to go with this item? Dr.
Chair.
Spiritus with the motion? Yes, sir.
Chair, I think it's going to take approximately a year to come back, and after we study the maps and after we go into each district and spend a lot of time, talking to the people and redrawing the maps, working with our consultants, coming up with something based on what will be fair for the entire community. I think we're talking about approximately a year from now to have everything complete. We need time for the people in the city to come back from the summer, obviously, and to be back in the city.
Councilman McCoy?
Thank you. So if I can, Mr. Chair and Mr. Manager, with the indulgence, I would love to hear from my consultants regarding Councilman Spiritus, because, you made a huge red herring and a fallacy when you got up and you described that you drove and counted and did all of these different things. I don't know how you can count only on one side of the city and suggest that there's an imbalance if you didn't count throughout the entire city. And I'll tell you why. I don't know how many beds, but the VA hospital has quite a few number of beds. I mean, for all intents and purposes, if someone's actually in the hospital that's located in the city boundaries within District 1 at the time of census, I would believe that they're counted for that purpose. Now, here's what's very interesting, and I want you to think about this and for the other members, and I respect the decision of the board. However, I would really encourage you to consider what the actual plan is other than study the maps, come back in a year. But let's just take the VA hospital, for example, which is actually, ironically, for the purposes of this discussion, in District 1. And I shared this with someone, and it made perfect sense to me, but the Department of Health and the Agency for Healthcare Administration licenses hospitals, and they do so based on the number of beds, inpatient beds. So I just find it very interesting if you use the very analogy of a licensing of a hospital based on inpatient beds, that they will go downstairs and count the number of individuals that's going through the emergency room that's going to only be there for a matter of maybe 2 to 3 hours at best, and count those toward the actual population count. So in similar fashion, I just don't understand how you can seemingly suggest that the United States Census, which is the official count that determines the population for the entire country, which set forth maps for congressional, county school board, state senate, state house, and even county commission, that these issues were never ever raised, that there was some sort of imbalance. But seemingly here today, we're suggesting that we're seeing that one section of the city potentially, and not even factual or statistical information, just some sort of estimate, that we believe that there's more units here. I think we heard from our two legislators today, and one of the bills they referenced was vacation rentals. And there has been significant change. And, you know, when I sat and contemplated this, and I had not even thought about this, but I can tell you, going back from probably 1995 or so, this whole entire area where we sit and just north of it, there were residential homes that has been completely eliminated due to the marine industry essentially taking over much of the residential property. So I don't have a problem with us taking a closer look, but you have to kind of consider, right? This has to be some sort of measured expectations other than table it for public input. Number one, if you look at the requirements, the very first and number one requirement that's both cited in the state statute and in our charter is population equity. And looking at the numbers, the deviation spread seemingly is so severely out of balance. I don't know how anyone in good faith can just sit here and suggest that we can wait and not provide exactly what the mechanism or what exactly we're waiting on. There hasn't been a suggestion of us commissioning any kind of independent census count. I mean, at what point will it be ideal, right? So I would encourage the members to really think this through. So if you're going to put this off for a year, when is the appropriate time that it's going to count? Not to mention, is this count going to be legally sufficient? So, I mean, you seemingly are starting something that we know is required. And I think if you look at our charter, it said 1985, January 1st, 1985, and 10 years thereafter. I would think that that puts us in about 5 months and 25, or actually a little more. Yeah, 5 months and 25 days from that January 1st, 2025 deadline. So, you know, I don't see how that's going to happen. Not to mention, we were faced with another deadline of June 14th. So, you know, if this is the will of the body to do this, then, you know, I'll certainly vote my conscience and my conviction. But I don't want us to sit here and do this based off of some hope that nobody's laid out an actual plan to do. This has been, in fact, a long time coming, and I would really encourage that there be some more conversation. But, you know, before we go on, I want to understand what the, and I don't want to seem threatening when I say this, but if you don't make a decision, some decisions are made for you. And I know I've seen this in the city of Jacksonville had it really bad. They had 16 or 17 council members, and the NAACP sued the city of Jacksonville for redistricting. I mean, this is not something that's uncommon. And I just think that members understand that, you know, we've gotten a lot of specific litigation coverage regarding various cases that went to higher courts. But are we going to really reinvent the wheel on starting something as far as redefining a process that has been used to establish the very electors that we vote for county commissioner, school board, state rep, state senate, and even for our congressional delegates. So, it has to be something more than that. So my first question is if our consultants can respond to Mr. Spiritus's.
Mr. Chair, can I
let's-
respond?
Let Councilman McCoy finish, please. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. So, this, I guess, assignment that Councilman Spiritus, an endeavor that he took on, was going in to count the number of units. Can you speak to that and about the accuracy of those numbers? And I will reserve, Mr. Chair, for a response. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Go ahead, sir.
Waiting for your.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
The U.S. Census, excuse me. The U.S. Census is the population counter of the land. The city of Riviera Beach receives monies, from the state and from the Fed, perhaps funneled through the state, based on your head count, on various kinds of programs. The U.S. Census is the official population counter of the United States. As you pointed out, it's used for legislative redistricting, it's used for congressional redistricting, it's used all across the land. The issue of residents who are only here part of the year is a difficult issue. There's no question about it. I printed out, the census form that was sent out in 2020. I'll just read a couple of sentences from it, Before you answer question 1, count the people living in this house, apartment, or mobile home using our guidelines. Count all people, including babies, who live and sleep here most of the time. The census uses the phrase most of the time. They also use the phrase usual place of residence. When they contact people to fill out their census form, you, as a responder, make the choice. If you happen to have more than one place, you make the choice as to which is your official census resident. And then you are counted in that locality, you're counted in that state, and then, of course, you're counted in the United States. You're only counted once. You can't be counted in Michigan and be counted in Florida. That's illegal. The census has strict procedures and rules for making sure people fill out the census form.
Mr. Chair, I reclaim my time.
They have procedures for following up.
Thank you, sir. If we can just allow for Councilman McCoy. Hold on.
I want to
go ahead, Councilman.
Dr. Schultz, thank you for being thorough, but I wanted you to speak to the statement that Councilman Spiritus has made when he said he went out and he basically took an assessment and he has his own estimate that in itself completes or creates a fallacy that you would only take a population of just one area and not go back and do a physical count of the entire city. Because, what I would imagine, right? Because when you go on the west side, if you're not in the family, you can't walk up to certain doors and just expect that they're going to open the door. And a lot of people don't return things in the mail. So I think you will probably find similar results throughout the city. So is that a fair assessment from Councilman Spiritus to look at the number of units only in one section of the city? And I'm looking for a response specific to that question, Dr. Schultz.
Obviously, if you wanted to do your own census, you're talking about a major event.
Stop. Please, I'm trying to understand if I can be very clear. Can you respond to his analysis in which he said he only went to one corner of the city? I'm sorry, repeat that.
That's not sufficient. If you're going to count people yourself, which is a horrendously expensive operation, then you have to cover the whole city, and you have to have some strict procedures and some strict follow-up for when you don't, get people's immediate response.
Thank you, Dr. Schultz. I appreciate it. I have another couple questions. And members, to be completely transparent, I wanted to stay far away from this as possible. And I think I sent the manager email maybe 2 or 3 days ago, and I asked simply because I did have the opportunity to look at the redistricting videos, and I never heard this question come up. But I understand you may have was able to extract the data, but specifically since there's been so much controversy regarding the potential population of more than what you've come up with, what were the 2010 census numbers for Singer Island as well as the 2000 census numbers? And what was the deviation, you know, over the 10 years, or I would say 10 years from 2000 to 2010, and then from 2010 to 2020?
You're asking me for the population of Singer Island from previous decades?
That's correct.
Okay. The numbers that I looked up from the U.S. Census, again, that's the source, was in 2000, the population of Singer Island was 3,747. In 2010, the population was 3,557, a reduction, largely related, we believe, to a major redevelopment that had to take place with one of the major condos. Okay, there was a problem there. In 2020, the population boomed back up again to 4,291, and then our 2024 estimate was 4,579. So going back, okay, 24 years, 3,747 in 2000, and we're estimating it now at 4,579. These are residents, usual place of residency.
Councilman Court, go ahead.
Yes, so this is where I would like to kind of defer to the response of, you know, you, and I'm not being harsh, Councilman Spiritus, but you conducted a survey or an assessment and you grabbed numbers that you believe seems to be what Dr. Schultz called as insufficient. But the other thing that I looked at, if you want to consider that, is I looked at the actual utility accounts, right? And let's just take, for example, and I know we have approximately, give or take, around 13,000, and then we have to account for those that's out in Gramercy Park and those in Palm Beach Shores. But a large bulk of them are considered on the mainland, especially considering condominiums don't have, you know, an individual utility account for each unit. They're usually bulk meters, and it's probably at best 3, possibly 4 meters per building. So considering if you got 13,000, and I will allow a generous estimate of 2,000 of those are probably outliers between Palm Beach Shores and Gramercy Park, which I'm sure is not that many. That puts us around, and I even give you another 1,000 for the commercial, which I'm sure we don't have 1,000 commercial outfits of units. So let's just say 10,000 units in itself of single family homes that have water utility accounts. I mean, if you just take that number in itself and you multiply that by 2.7, I'm sure that already puts you at 27,500. So I think there's a number of different ways that you can slice this. You may want to look at someone physically going to individually count someone. But my only question is, when you table this, you can't table this indefinitely because you're bound by state law and we're bound by our charter. But don't sit here and table this indefinitely, because that's exactly what has happened for the last 40 years. And if you don't do something now, it's going to be an even harder pill to swallow. I would think, right, that we all recognize after this is the second reading here before us, and if you've seen it before, I mean, this is our chartered duty. So I don't understand, and Mr. Schultz, perhaps you can clarify this. You know, this is very interesting, and I had this to come up. You know, I watched one of the town hall meetings, and it was suggested this provision that the council can modify or change the district boundaries. But how is that possible that the council can choose to adopt, modify, or change it and be consistent with Florida Statutes 166.031 that specifically says that the line shall not be drawn to favor or disfavor? And I would take, right, just listening what Councilman Spiritus stated as he's favoring a certain area within the city. So now our 1975 charter provision seems to have been superseded by a 2023 statute that says, well, guess what? You can no longer modify it anymore. So can you speak to the legal sufficiencies of whether or not we can actually take a 1975 charter and modify it now that we have 2023 state law that says you can't consider governing board members anything that favors or disfavors a governing board member?
Thank you. There's a couple of points. Certainly, as a council, you have the power to do whatever you want. So that's true. That's a difference, of course, from actually being legal. And so that's where we would encourage you to not district from the diocese, as has been suggested, and to listen to your consultants who are here as an independent body to help avoid you from walking towards the fire of districting from the diocese. I would also, if I can, just to add on, if you're talking about coming up with some other alternate source of data other than the census, please keep in mind that you cannot just consider the raw population numbers. Any numbers that any data that you use must also include other demographic data. If you want to avoid violating the 1965 Voting Rights Act, you need to have information on race and ethnicity and not just raw total numbers, which you cannot get by simply multiplying building unit numbers by some factor, be it 2.5 or 2.76 or whatever it is. In our case, that's why we use the census data as our base. It's the race and ethnicity data that's in the 2020 census data that we rely on to make sure we don't violate the Voting Rights Act. The only time that we use the unit count is for the population estimate that updates for the last 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. One moment, Dr. Spiritus. Councilwoman Lanier?
Yeah, the process in which this began is kind of one of the reasons why I have some heartburn about this. On March the 22nd is when Mr. McCoy filed his lawsuit to actually get this done. The consultants were hired in June of 2023. We were given an update about what they were doing in January of this year. The first time I saw those maps was in April 11, 2024. And we got more documents on April the 17th. So actually it's been like a month and a half to actually have had the opportunity to look at these maps. The constituents have called and said that they have not had an opportunity to just absorb all of this information. Now, I say that because there are a lot of things that we have done that have taken 2 and 3 and 4 years, but it did not take that long with this in terms of what we saw. Now, when you were hired back in 2023 in June, this is a year now. But we just saw those maps in April of this year. We just got that information in January of this year. So it's really not a whole lot of time here. And I think the problem is the fact that there are a lot of questions about how these things happened, a lot of questions about how it was measured, how many, doors that were knocked on, because they have things, the county does something they call point in time, where they actually have volunteers to go out and they count every person in the county. And they do it over a whole weekend. So it can be done. I'm just saying that the issue for me is the length of time that we've had to actually absorb these maps. And a month and a half is not a long time, especially when the lawsuit came back in 2022. So that's really my reservation with this.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Spiritus, go ahead.
First, I'd like to respond to Councilman McCoy, and I do respect his opinion, as I always do, but we can agree to disagree. My numbers that I read off here tonight were not based on my windshield survey and the numbers that I was able to get on the GIS maps. These are numbers that were provided to me by the city staff that they received from the county through the county tax assessor's office for one district and part of one district on the other side, on the west side of the intracoastal. I'm suggesting, of course, that we do this for the entire city, not just for one area in the city. This just gives you an example of how the census does not count every person, as Councilwoman Lanier just said. It can be done as the county does. We can do a better job in adhering. We have a fiduciary responsibility to meet the city charter. So we have to adhere to that city charter and get a good basis for a population, no matter what it costs, because that will be our basis. That will be what we will use for every 10 years or every 5 years that we want to update or do a redistricting. So we have to have real good firm numbers in order to do this properly for now and in the future. But this is an investment into the future. And I'm suggesting that we do this and that we have more public input, more workshops, and we do a better job in counting the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Spears. One moment, Councilwoman Lanier. So just to opine on a few concerns that I've seen, a comment was made by a consultant, districting from the dais. The information and feedback that we received from staff, the data collected, and it's well and good, but bringing in the consultants, and my first question to the consultant firm is, how many districts or how many areas have you done the redistricting for in the last 4 years in South Florida?
Just since this last cycle, this is the 11th city that we've done redistricting for.
Have you deviated from using the census numbers in any of those 11 cities? Mr. Evans, in our agenda review, we discussed the data and we discussed any other redistricting. Outside of those 11 areas that this consulting firm did, was staff able to find any other areas that completed redistricting in the last 4 years?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I would have to defer to the consultants because they've done some here in Palm Beach County. I know most recently, I believe Green Acres was an agency that moved forward with the redistricting process, but any other local Palm Beach County agencies that you're aware of that completed redistricting?
Yeah, Green Acres was one of our clients.
Outside of the ones that you represented.
So I'm sure Dr. Schultz can talk to the fact, again, the census data is always the standard, always.
Well, I guess my question is, have you seen any other agency, whether you represented them or you did not, that used any other data outside of the census data?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not either.
Okay.
And I've been doing this for 40 years.
I definitely understand. I appreciate and respect the history of what you guys have done. And as consultants, this board has known to not just necessarily agree with staff's opinion or a consultant's opinion, but just the will of the people. And for understanding that this has not been done in this city in the last 43 years. We want to make sure that we're doing what's right, and we are obligated to operate under our charter. Go ahead, sir.
I mean, yes. Again, the racial and ethnicity data is critically important. So if you do decide to move forward with your own census, keep in mind you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars for each census. And of course, if that's going to become the standard for the city, then you're going to have to do that every 10 years. You have to engage in your own census every 10 years, or otherwise, in the next census, you'll be back dealing with the same problem where you are undercounting, in some people's opinion, the lack of the snowbird population in Singer Island and other parts of the city. And sorry, you're going to then be subject to further challenges in court because you're not using the census data.
Correct. And well, one moment, Dr. Spears. I guess to that point, to try to create our own data collection or to deviate from what other districting areas are using, it doesn't make sense to me to why this is the conversation. The reason we're here tonight is because there was a lawsuit filed because we were not following our charter. We are obligated by our charter to complete this. This agreement was to proceed and move forward with bringing this information to the board. The settlement could not allow for us or this board to determine if this vote was passed tonight. So I understand my concerns of my colleagues in timing in regards to community input, but let's not just deviate from what the issues are. If we are talking about just coming up and looking at other maps, we can do that. But if we're going to create our own census tract, or if we're going to set an indefinite time frame, I can't agree with any of that. That makes no sense to me. I want us to really just be able to move forward with a clear direction by picking a map and moving forward with our census and moving forward with our redistricting. But if that is not the pleasure of the board, I understand. But it makes no sense for us to say we're going to deviate from what every other agency is doing when it comes to checking the population. Councilman McCoy made a comment earlier in reference to the beds. Are we going to just start randomly picking and choosing how we're going to count for it? There's 333 operating beds at the VA, 140 inpatient beds, 120 living in center, community living center and hospice beds at the VA. Are we then going to count the Airbnb beds, the Verbo beds? Are we going to count the hotels and vacation rentals? Like, what are we deviating from as opposed to just using the census numbers? I don't want to change this process just because of the concerns and questions of this being rushed or this not being enough time to digest. We've done our community charrettes. We've had dialogue and discussion and conversation. And if we're going to deviate from this, I don't want this to be the reason to say we're going to create our own new census tract and do a count where we're going to go door by door or UCF. None of that makes sense. So if we're going to be clearly stating what this board's direction is going to be and the board chooses to just move forward, let's give staff the option of proceeding forward with a time-sensitive amount of time to come back with updated maps, and let's give them an option of what to use. I don't agree with using something outside of what the consultants use, so I'm not sure what's going to be the delay. If the conversation is to have additional community charrettes so that we can go over these maps and get feedback from the residents, absolutely, but I still would actually want to pick one of these maps. And if that's what's going to come back before us, that is going to be the option. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, as Councilwoman Lanier said, I received those maps 3 days before I was asked to vote on them. I agreed to vote on them if we all agreed that they could be changed, modified, or kept the same. And that was in our resolution that we passed. It's not right to hand us something as important as this, that's supposed to be done every 10 years, that's going to impact the entire community, to give us 3 days and then take another 2 weeks to have another two workshops where the majority of the people aren't even here in the city. This is not a fair process, and that's why I'm suggesting that we table this and rethink how we're doing this, hold some workshops, work with our consultants, and come up with maps that make more sense and better represent the entire community. And you can count, by the way, the beds in a hospital. It's done on a regular basis. The census usually does that as well. By the way, they go into hospitals and they count beds. So we could do the same thing. The hospital administrator knows exactly how many beds, what the usual occupancy is. This is not rocket science. This is pretty simple stuff. This is done by city planners throughout the country. When we do traffic counts, we don't base it on the census. We base it on actual numbers. We know how many people live in a community. We don't base it on the census. We know the cars are real. We don't make believe that they're invisible because they didn't respond to the census. We have to look at the real data and the raw data. And that's what I'm suggesting that we do here, that we do better. Our charter is more specific than most other communities by saying just population and not the census. It's more difficult, yes, but it's more accurate and it's fairer. I call the question, please.
Question's been called. Councilman McCoy, you have a concern?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for calling the question. I mean, I appreciate you sharing your perspective, but I wanted to respond. You said it's not right, it's not fair, but tell me where that is when it comes to me having a district or district, not me in particular, but District 1 being severely malapportioned. And that's very interesting that Councilwoman Lanier brought up this complaint, because I was going to stay far away from it because I don't do this for any other reason other than the right thing. So this was done on March 28, 2022, and I'll tell you why that's important. After seeing the results of the 2022 election, after they were certified, I had the opportunity.
I apologize, Councilman. It is 1 minute before the 10 o'clock. Can we get a motion to extend?
Move to extend.
Motion been made. Do we have a second? Second. Do we want to make that time sensitive or to the end of the agenda? Councilman.
In the agenda, I think we have some
Ordinances.
Yeah.
Yeah. Motion been made and properly second to the end of the agenda. Discussion, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Councilman, go ahead. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can try to recall where I was saying when this was done, this was after the certification, and I was able to see the actual numbers. And ironically, here's what's very interesting, Councilman Spiritus. I actually looked at a GIS mapping of the software that actually shows, and even in the complaint, which I'm sure, being as thorough as you are, you read it, but even at my numbers from 2 years ago, I calculated a 41% increase. And certainly that has increased even more. I'm sure of, and that's based off of the COs that have been issued since the date of the filing or since the 2020 estimate. So I think, yeah, I'm with you on that, but I don't know what we're doing to address this malapportionment that has been outstanding, and how in good faith that we're going to have a charter duty to do this, and you're saying table this without a specific plan.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus?
Well, I'm suggesting that we sit back for a couple of weeks and come up with a plan and how we're going to move forward with this. I told you that I thought we needed more workshops, more input from the community. We needed more discussion with our consultants with respect to the scope of work and how we're going to handle this. It might be a new census for the city. It may be using the census and other data, which is what we really are supposed to do. The consultants obviously do estimates based on new construction, new developments. And I'm sure that your district is maybe undercounted. So are other districts in this city. So these maps may not be accurate. And that's what I'm saying. Let's take some time and let's do this for real. Mr. Chairman, I did call the question. I believe we were supposed to take the vote.
Yeah, but that's not how it works, sir.
We have a second. We have a second.
There's an opportunity for presentation. There's an opportunity for question. And there's an opportunity for debate. And certainly this has been a long time coming. So if you will, Councilman from the 4th District, indulge me, because I just want to make sure that you understand that we have some deadlines. So we're going to knowingly disregard that we have 2 impending deadlines, one being January 1st, 2025, and other one being June 14th, 2025. Now, there is nothing that actually prohibits us from adopting one map and then going back to review this even further. Because I tell you what you're going to do. I don't know how many times that we've seen this movie before, but we've often done this where we say we're going to do something and it never happens. But the bigger and most important question, Councilman Spiritus, is that if this was brought up by one of your colleagues in 2022, over 2 years ago, you got to ask yourself, why is it that we're seeing it 27 months later? Not only that, if the census was done in 2020, and most municipalities do it in the odd number year right after the census numbers are released, or in the same year, because I remember having this conversation with school board members when they were doing it in the school board in 2021. Why does this take so long for us to do it? So like, we're going to put it off, but the question has to be asked, and I would certainly encourage you guys to do that, because not having a plan is going to put us right back in this situation. And again, you know, if we don't act, some decisions will be made for us. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Was there a second to Councilman Spiritus's motion?
Yes.
If we could restate the motion for the record.
The motion is to table ordinance 4260, and Mr. Spiritus did mention to table for 1 year.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
With the time, I mean, I'm not comfortable with the 1 year part on it. I think tabling it covers whatever amount of time, but putting the year on it kind of locks us into that. Because there may be a situation where maybe 2, 3, 4 months we want to bring this back. So I wanted to know if you were open to removing the 1 year, and then that way we have an opportunity to bring it back sooner.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
Yes, I'll amend my motion to just table the action Councilwoman Lanier seconds it as amended, Mr. Chair.
Motion been made, properly seconded, seconded with amendment. The 1 year has been taken off the table, and we're just going to table this item is what the motion's on the table. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller, excuse me, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy.
No.
Chair Lawson.
No.
Okay, and the board has voted to table ordinance 4260 with Chair Pro Tem McCoy and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you to the consulting firm for the work and the presentation and putting in the work with this. Board, when we get through the rest of the agenda, let's actually have more of a discussion if we can to just give some clear direction. Because again, this is a lot of time sensitive information that's in here. Madam Clerk?
We are on item 11A, Resolution 75-24, resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan SP 23-0007, request from St. Mark's Church, Inc., to develop a new 9,215 square foot two-story building on approximately plus or minus 0.63 acres of land, which is plus or minus 27,246.25 square feet, located at 21 West 22nd Street. Property control number 5643422824000090, providing for conditions of approval, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Motion been made. Second. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council, and Madam Attorney. Again, for the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Service, and I am pleased to present this presentation before you. The location of the project in question is indicated on the screen before you by the red dot. On the screen now, you can see a closer aerial view of the property in question. There is currently a grassed parcel there, as the structures that are shown in the image there have since been demolished. The applicant is requesting approval of a site plan and plat to replace the existing St. George's Church facility with a new 9,215 square foot two-story building called the Hearts of Palm Center at 21 West 22nd Street. The existing conditions are a vacant lot. The parcel ID has already been read into the record. The lot is approximately 0.63 acres, and the zoning is downtown core, and the future land use is downtown mixed use. Before you on the screen, you can see the proposed site plan for the property. You can see the proposed structure here with parking to the western portion of the property and access off of 22nd Street. The applicant has worked with staff and provided on-street parking as well as bicycle parking. On the screen now is the proposed landscape plan and the proposed elevations. The suite of applications also includes a proposed plat to reconfigure the property lines and provide necessary easements. There's been extensive review by staff of these submitted applications. They have been compared to the city's comprehensive plan, zoning, level of service, compatibility, landscaping, lighting, parking, and traffic. According to section 31-57 and section 31-62 of the code, the purpose of site plan review shall be to ascertain if the proposed new development is in conformity with the comprehensive plan, is not detrimental to the neighboring land use, and that an efficient pedestrian and vehicular traffic system, including proper means of ingress and egress to the streets, is provided for, and that the proposed project shall be a viable addition to the community. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this item on May 9th, 2024, and recommended that City Council approve the item. Subsequently, on May 22nd, 2024, the Riviera Beach CRA heard this item and recommended approval with the condition that the applicants meet with the CRA and the City of Riviera Beach Police. That meeting did take place on May 31st. The conversation covered a plan for trash and litter abatement, security and surveillance measures, police access and cooperations, and both parties have reported to Development Services that they were satisfied with the conversations and the project moving forward. This hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations, and staff recommends that City Council approve the application with the provided conditions. And thank you, and that is the conclusion of the staff report. And the applicant is present and ready to present.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Board. For the record, my name is Nicole Plunkett with Kotler and Herring, and tonight it's an honor to be here to present tonight's projects, the Hearts of Palm Center. This is truly an impactful project that I've had a pleasure of working with an amazing professional team. Staff, thank you so much to Mr. Sermons, and of course to the CRA team as well, and of course to St. Mark's Church for proposing such an impactful community project. As a follow-up to Mr. Searman's summary of the past couple of months, we did meet with the CRA board on May 22nd. And of course, we had the pleasure of meeting with Major Gordon and the Clean and Safe Police Task Force on May 31st, last Friday. Our key takeaway from that meeting was that both the task force and St. Mark's are eager to work together to ensure that the property is safe and clean while serving the city's residents. This includes appointing an officer to the board of directors and establishing space inside the building for the task force. We're also committed to working together on the security and the cleanliness that can be implemented and worked on once the site is up and running. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to run through the entire presentation. Mr. Searmans gave a great overview, but it would be a replica presentation of the CRA board. So I would like to ask you what your pleasure is.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We do have one public comment card, Mr. Chair.
Board, would we want to hear the presentation again?
I'm fine without hearing it again.
We'll get the public comment card first and then have any questions from the board. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Graham.
This was already workshopped. So you do not have to go through all of this again. We know exactly where you're trying to get at. And as I said before, I thank you for doing this here because it is much needed. As I said in the legislative, because I was at the Tallahassee last week or so. And some of those orders that are coming down, like I said before, you all are in the process of doing that now, getting ready for what's to take effect October 1, making sure that you are meeting these community needs, not just with the church, but the other fundamental things that they will need in order to navigate from this territory to the next territory. and your renderings were absolutely beautiful. So I have no doubt that you're not going to heed to exactly what you're going to do, because Miss Bram is going to pay some visits over there. And I'm sure that you all will look forward in seeing Miss Bram and others as well. So I thank you. I thank you for coming back into the city and helping build up that corridor along Broadway there. You will be in the harbor of the most magnificent things that would transpire in this city to come. So as a resident and as a fluent person that gets out, I'm older, but I move. But I'm a little tired. But just thank you all. Now, we did say, I put a card in for 11A and 11B, so I'm just going to go ahead on and wrap it all up in one. Is that okay, board? I'm just going to go wrap it up all up in one, okay? So you also, from the rendering, I saw, I think it was like a area where you had all of those beautiful landscaping at. What area was that? Was that going to be your gathering area for them? Or is it a visiting area along with the church participant? Please, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board? Comments from the board? Councilman Wood?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Simmons, your presentation, you started off saying that this is an application for a site plan and a replat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But they're not contained in the same resolution?
No, they're not.
Why not?
The sections governing the plat of the land development code are in different chapters. They are concerning different things.
Concerning different things. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Comments from the board? Well, before we do vote, I just want to thank the investment that the Marks Church is bringing into our community. Thank you for the opportunity of continuing to pour in and invest into Riviera Beach and being a good partner with the city. You guys are a blessing, and we're excited to support you. Well, I am anyway, and we'll see what the rest of the board says. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
I'm proud to vote yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We are on item 11B, Resolution 76-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a replat request PA 23-0009 by St. Mark's Church, Inc., plus or minus 0.625 acres of land, which is plus or minus 27,246 square feet, located at 21 West 22nd Street. Property control number 5643422824000090, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we did have one public comment card for this item. That was Miss Mary Brown. She provided her public comment during the previous resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of council. The project before you now is indicated on the screen by the red dot. A closer aerial visual of the property shows that it is near the intersection of the streets of North Ocean and East Blue Heron Boulevard. There are two parcels that are concerned with this proposed use. The applicant is requesting an approval to operate a restaurant consisting of approximately 3,999 square feet.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
we're still on St. Mark's, right? Am I right?
I'm sorry, I think you are correct. The second item was the associated plat for St. Mark's, so I believe you're correct. I Apologies. My previous presentation did include both
Both,
items, so
right.
I will yield to the board if you want additional information on it. Apologies.
No, I have no questions. about
Additional
it.
comments from the board?
Yes,
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Sermons, you said they were concerning different things, but you had the same presentation.
Concerning different areas of the code, the land development code?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we are on item 11C, resolution number 92-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan amendment application SP 240007 and special exception application SE 240002 from 2655 Next Generation LLC to operate a restaurant consisting of plus or minus 3,999 square feet on a plus or minus 1.69 acre parcel. The subject property control number 564342-2704-0004940 and 564342-2702-003-0030 is located at 2655 North Ocean Drive in the city of Riviera Beach, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any comment cards for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
So moved.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. All right, now I would like to discuss the proposal at 2655 North Ocean Drive. Again, the property location is indicated by the red circle on the screen. On the screen now is an aerial view of the proposed parcels subject to this request. The applicant is requesting approval to operate a restaurant consisting of approximately 3,999 square feet within an existing building located on a 1.69 acre parcel of property. The existing office building is existing on the site. The existing zoning is office professional, and the future land use is office. To the north of the property, there are multifamily developments. To the south is public right-of-way. To the east, public right-of-way. In the west, office professional district consisting of retail stores and residential apartments. Again, the purpose of the site plan review is to ascertain that the new development is in conformity with the comp plan, not detrimental to neighboring land use, efficient pedestrian and vehicular traffic, and that the proposed project shall be a viable addition to the community. According to Section 31-62 of the City Zoning Code, the purpose of special exception review is to ensure that a project satisfies all 7 standards for approval. Staff has found the proposal is consistent with the special exception and site plan criteria and is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. This hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations. And staff recommends approval of the special exception / site plan request subject to the following conditions. 1, future amendments within 5% may be administratively approved. The final CO must be received within 5 years. Future advertising must follow the city ordinances. This resolution shall supersede all previous approvals. This approval expires within 18 months if no construction is not initiated. And the Palm Beach County TPS letter must be provided prior to any COs for the space. And that would include the staff presentation for this item.
Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards for this item.
Questions from the board? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sermons.
Yes.
First thing, Why are there two separate PCNs for this item?
There are two properties that make up the existing development.
So why shouldn't it be replatted to one?
Proposing any additional exterior development right now, so the existing makeup of the properties is not in question in order to allow this use.
Yeah, but I thought you would, I mean, for simplicity purposes, I thought usually they're unified. So they've always operated in two separate PCNs?
As far as staff is aware, when it was developed, though two parcels remained separate, the parking garage, and I believe there's a minor structure on that parcel, and then the one with the office
As
building.
far as you're aware, so do you have the approved site plan?
The original approved site plan, I would need to verify the past records to see what we have in file.
Okay, so this obviously, I specifically called out in the last item, you said concerning different things. So this is a site plan application amendment, and then this is also a special exception application, which are in effect two different things. Would you agree?
In the case of special exceptions, they are related because the submittal requirements for special exceptions tie it to a site plan. So the code does require that both be submitted at the same time.
Oh,
Councilman, go ahead.
okay, so that's very interesting. Do you find a problem with the code requiring that both be submitted at the same time?
Do I find a problem with it? I wouldn't say I have a problem with it. We, on the staff side, we make sure we, as best as our abilities, that we follow what's in the code.
The reason I say that, Mr. Sermons, here's why. Members, if I can have your attention on this. This is an existing business that is probably, well, this property has been developed and this has had an approved site plan for as long as I can remember. But now they're coming back to do a use that's, I guess we've done earlier this year that is allowed now in office professional, and that's open up a restaurant. Is that accurate?
Be a special exception, yes.
Now, here's what a double standard that really bothers the heck out of me. The reason why we haven't had any large family daycares is because development services requires a home-based business to now go out and get a photometric site plan application, a photometric site plan, just to submit for a special exception application. But here it is, a business that has been existing for probably 30 years or more. They don't have to go out and do a photometric site plan. But for a large family daycare, they would have to go out and pay a whole landscape architect or architect and come up with a $15,000 site plan just to submit an application. So seemingly, right, if the structure is staying the same and all we're doing is changing the use, why does our code now require this one small business to go and get a photometric site plan of the entire site when all we're essentially doing is changing the use? So I have a problem with that, Mr. Sermons, and I see that this can be a much simpler process both for the restaurant and for someone that has an existing business and they just want to expand or grow the use. You know, they may want to turn, you know, let's say they may want to turn a ice cream shop into a cigar bar, or, you know, a retail store into a bar. So, I mean, obviously, it should not require, you know, what we would require for a special exception, an applicant submitting a whole new site plan if there was already an approved site plan at some point. All they're essentially doing by way of special exception, because we want an additional review, is just establishing a new use. So I would really encourage us to look at that, because this is very much restrictive on a lot of small businesses. And I would love to hear your feedback on this, because clearly, if you don't believe me, then you would have required them to submit a photometric site plan. They don't have a photometric site plan, nor do you have the approved site plan. So that's why I asked this question when I read this resolution that says approving an amendment to the site plan application. Well, what is actually the site plan? So if it's good for an office, well, I guess it's good for a restaurant in the office professional zoning designation, you know, it should be good for family daycare. And I will hope that we remember that standard, because this is a huge cost for somebody that's, you know, more or less taking care of kids. But I, I want a response, Mr. Simmons, as to your perspective on this, because clearly there's no approved site plan, and you seem to believe that it's not necessary in this case.
So I would start by clarifying what the code says, and this is not language that the staff has written. This is City Council's code that we administer. Section 31-61 of the code says, under C, submission, a site plan shall be submitted concurrently with a special exception. For that reason, when an applicant submits a special exception application, we do have to collect an application for a site plan with them. In that collection of the application, we have a standard list of attachments that are required for the most intense redevelopment that does include photometric plans. But when it is redevelopment, staff does look at that list and apply logic and reason. And if something is not a necessary review component, we don't request it for that application type. And generally that would apply to a large family daycare as well. And if there are examples that staff needs to look into for someone having hardships on what was requested of them, we will certainly look at that. But I know in the discussions I've had with small businesses such as large family daycare, we look at that submittal checklist and we say this is not applicable. And a photometric is one that we would determine not applicable in those situations. But this particular one, the code, the city's code that staff is only administering, does say that with a special exception, a site plan application is required, and we do use the logic in terms of what we require with that submittal. In this particular case, the applicant is not proposing any exterior construction or modification, so many of the normal attachments for a new construction site plan were not necessary for this one.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But I can tell you, Mr. Simmons, for what I've seen, they've made large family daycares go and get site plans done. And that's been a requirement. Certainly it was prior to you, but I remember these folks saying, you know how much it cost me to get plans done just to expand to go larger? Obviously there's a floor plan, but I'm talking about a complete site plan. But while that's the practice, it'd be great if it be codified in the code to clear that up. That's a simple fix, right? I mean, that's just a matter of probably adding one sentence, two at best, but for an existing established use, a site plan should not be required for a special exception application. That's my perspective, and that's what I would offer staff to look into, because clearly this is a problem, and I know your interpretation is certainly different than Mr. Gagner's interpretation and Mary McKinney's interpretation of how they did it, but I can remember specifically this very thing coming up before. That's all I have for that item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We are on, excuse me, we are on item D, resolution number 62-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, awarding invitation to bid number 1124-24-2 to Centurion Security Group LLC to provide citywide armed and unarmed security officer services for the City of Riviera Beach in the amount of $957,796.32 for the duration of 3 years, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from account number 101-30103-534-000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards is now closed.
Move to cancel in all responsive solicitations.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
All right. Here's where I'm at with this. Apparently, no one took our direction as to. I don't even care to see a PowerPoint, right? Because we got a motion to cancel it, and I'm gonna tell you why. Like, I'm not sure if anybody even spends the time looking at this. If you really want to go toe to toe, I promise you, I will gut this thing like a fish. Like, this is the worst. Like, we sit up here and decide that we don't want to pay our security officers minimum wage, considering that our police station has now been relocated to the port center. We have security officers who I can't imagine that we're going to, as a governing board, require them to now work for a company that's going to give us the lowest bid and not the best quality product. And these people are very dedicated. In fact, they're here now. And I just don't want a solicitation, number one, that is a invitation to bid. I would like to see a request for qualifications. That way we can decide the best firm for us. Because what I don't want, if we turned around and made this position 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that we were going to have a $15 an hour minimum for a lifeguard who has to jump into a pool to save someone's life, but an armed officer, we're going to tell them you can earn $11.50 or $12 an hour. Number one, that was very clear when we had brought this up last month. And yet it still came back here. Not to mention, I sent an email requesting information and I never got it, but more or less, I think it's probably encompassed in the backup. But I'll tell you something else about this. There is no way, and I've spoken to folks at the county, there's no way that the county will have a solicitation with 18 responses and 16 come back. It would automatically be canceled by staff. That clearly tells you, and I went through this whole list of things that were stated as to the deficiency in notes and that sort of thing. And I think it's number one, discriminatory that some of this stuff is even put in here. Like, for instance, the fact that Giddens was disqualified has no bearing on this solicitation. And that's prejudicial for staff to put that in there. And that was not a requirement of the solicitation, that someone who was disbarred could no longer submit. I mean, the mere fact that you would put that in there completely prejudiced this whole entire process, right? Secondly, I don't know what we're voting on. The resolution says one thing, but the contract says another. And apparently, Ms. Nguyen, when I asked you who reviews this for legal sufficiency, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we don't even have somebody that actually looks and go line by line on the resolution and see if it matches the same elements inside the contract. The resolution says it's for 3 years, but when you go into the contract, it says it's a 3-year contract, but staff has the option, or the city has the option for a 1 or 2-year renewal. If that's the case, it needs to state that in the resolution. I don't want to blindly delegate my authority to staff, and that's exactly what you guys are doing here. This is why I want us to be able to have an internal auditor, because these procurement processes have no internal controls whatsoever. There's no segregation of duties. I'm looking at this contract and I don't even know. And here's how they trick you, right? We vote on one thing, right? And then when this thing comes back up later, they're going to say, well, the contract said this. Well, that's not what we voted on. We voted on a resolution for a 3-year contract, not a resolution for a 3-year plus a 2-year option. Like, this is terrible. And I want to send staff back to give us a solicitation. And I don't care for a presentation. Let's be fair to the people that actually serve this organization. And we were very clear, at least I know, and it was echoed by a board member, that this shouldn't be about the lowest bidder. As much as I would like for us to save money, I mean, we got to think about what we're doing here. This is security guard services. I think we should have the best. No different than when we do recruiting. We want to have the best person for the job, not the cheapest person, because you know what? These are the very people that's going to be standing outside our legislative offices or greeting us at the door when you walk into the library. I don't want somebody up there that's barely making minimum wage, that's carrying a deadly weapon. So at best, I want a solicitation that's going to give me the option to choose from the better quality as opposed to the cheapest. That's the reason why I asked that we cancel and reject this and put staff back out. And hence why I asked that we move the other item in case we need to extend this longer. So, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. I welcome the feedback from the other members.
Councilwoman Lanier?
Yeah. because I had some questions about this during the agenda review, and I spoke with Mr. Treviso, but I was still confused as to what it was. And he told me that the two items were different, that they were not something that was the same or something that was a part of the other. But since looking at this, it appears that it is. And then we did talk about looking at qualifications rather than looking at price. So yeah, whatever we have to do to make sure that we get the best people for our security, I'm willing to do that.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on one moment, Councilman. Additional comments? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to amend that motion to, instead of canceling, I would like for us to disapprove this resolution as presented. To not approve this resolution as presented.
Is the motion,
And
does the second
further-
still stand? Dr. Spiritus, I think you were the second. Does your second still stand?
I'll second it.
Second still stands.
Can I finish? I'm sorry. Motion to disapprove and to direct staff to reissue another solicitation for qualifications.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Disapprove, request for qualifications. And the second still stands. Additional comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Spiritus.
Okay, the existing contract, Mr. Manager, do we have the ability to extend this contract? Is there something in there until we
I believe that's
just
11.
make the decision?
I believe that's going to be 11E.
Right.
And we will have to discuss on if we're going to need a longer time frame, because I believe that is only for 60 days. So
I think
that'll be
we're
the
gonna
next
need more
item
time.
if this is
Right.
passed. Yes, sir. Additional comments from the board? Mr. Evans, I do have a question. The solicitation, previous solicitation for security contract, what type of response was that? Was a ITB? Was it a RFQ? What was done for our last solicitation, whether it's procurement or Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Williams, correct me if I'm wrong. It was the same solicitation tool that was utilized for this. So it was basically a hard bid, a bid for services. So it wasn't a qualification bid base proposal.
The previous solicitation. So, and I guess just board moving forward. I know that previously we had a hard bid last time with this contract. Some of the board was here, some wasn't, but I guess moving forward, Mr. Evans, we just want clear direction as to what our expectations are going to be. And for this item, a hard bid is not in the best interest of the board. Board, this brings up a larger question of, do we want to see or have a discussion about solicitations before they go out? Because that's going to be a conversation that I wanted to address, even though it's a late hour. We've been having some pitfalls and shortcomings. I know Mr. Evans said that July is when our new procurement director starts, but we are running into a lot of hurdles with a few solicitations. And when they're coming back before the board, we're not satisfied. It's not what the approach or the direction of the board was. How can we address this holistically so that we don't have these same issues coming before us?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans.
With regards to that, I would certainly encourage you to allow for staff to handle that as an internal process. The new, procurement director actually was here today, and sorry I didn't get an opportunity to see my message until earlier. But certainly he is capable of selecting what the appropriate tool is, but more importantly, having conversations with the board and sharing with you all what are the best solicitation tools to effectively move forward. So I believe that this particular process for security type service, when you look at other municipalities, it is pretty common that they all utilize the same type of a procurement tool. So invariably, we can certainly make the modification to have qualifications based, but also one of the things I would encourage the board to consider is that one of the elements for the evaluation process is that you do incorporate cost in there. Because if you do with a qualifications base and then you find out that the service is going to cost you $5 million when invariably you've been paying, $1 million for the service, that's a decision that invariably you're going to have to deal with as the board. And so, but I would encourage you to allow for the new procurement director to have the autonomy and flexibility to assess what are some of the challenges within the department. And he's already done a preliminary assessment and has got a good understanding of how to move things forward to where these procurement issues are in fact resolved.
And I guess that's my other concern. If we're going to be putting this back out for bid board with a request for qualifications, our director doesn't start, or the new director doesn't start till July 13th. What is the approach with any solicitations that are going out? Because we've been having these conversations in back here in these late hours, and it's too much unreadiness to continue to have this type of conversation.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
This solicitation would not go out until the new procurement director has an opportunity to participate in the process.
So that means the extension of the contract is going to have to be pretty lengthy.
That is correct. So I would say at least the extension that is to be considered is for maybe a term of probably
6 months.
6 months to be safe, and that gives him adequate time to move this forward in a fashion that the board can be acceptable.
Additional comments from the board, motions on the table, and the second. Councilman McCoy, then Dr. Spears. Councilman, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to offer up, and I don't want us to commit, I would agree with the manager, I don't want us to commit the procurement director or staff to a specific type. I mean, they can do a request for proposal, and Mr. Evans is right. I mean, I just don't want the primary reason that we're doing is because we have the cheapest. You know, I can take all 5 of us and deputize everybody, put us on uniforms, and we can do it for, you know, $750,000. I mean, I don't want anybody just walking in here with no experience, and you know, at least they have some sort of established business. So I would certainly say that shouldn't be, you know, the primary reason of cost, but you know, we should kind of keep it open to considering, or however they weigh it, you know, in terms of, you know, how many points or whatever is associated with it. But I think that's a better option.
Thank you. Dr. Spears, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to get this straight. You're suggesting that we do an RFQ, but are we going to do an RFQ / RFP, or we're going to do an RFQ, narrow it down to the qualified people, and then have them respond to an RFP?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With regards to the type of tool that's utilized, I would like to consult with the new procurement director on that, but it will be more the points assigned for would be qualifications based, not something where it's low bid and that's what the recommendation is. So I'm going to talk to him and have a conversation as to what his recommendation is, but certainly we'll make sure that it is largely slanted towards, you know, the qualifications of the firm to be able to provide the services, and then invariably then comes back before you all for ratification.
Thank you. Additional comment? Councilman, go ahead.
Lastly, and I tried to jump over to the actual ITN, but what's not clear there, well, that's the contract. This is solely for the city. This isn't the utility district, correct?
That is correct.
And I imagine we're going to see one for the utility district.
Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Motion been made, properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Chair.
Councilman, go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, the motion was to disapprove and to direct staff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And the second still stood by Dr. Spears. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy, Chair Lawson,
Yes.
and that is approved with Councilperson Miller Anderson and Lanier dissenting.
Thank you. 11A?
Item 11E, resolution number 87-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing payment to Universal Security Guard Association, Inc. of Delray Beach, Florida, to provide armed and unarmed security services for an additional 60 days in an amount not to exceed $50,000, and authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payments from account number 101-301-01-552-000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards in this item. The acceptance of cards is now closed.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I move to approve, and I would like to offer up an amendment to what was just read in the record.
Motion been made to approve. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Second. Councilman, you wanted to?
Yes, so Mr. Evans, well, Mr. Traviesto has here 60 days for 50,000. I would like to amend that to up to 180 days, not to exceed 150,000. So that provides for 3 times the number of days and 3 times the amount of dollars to take us to 6 months. I think that would satisfy Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans?
Yes, that would.
Councilwoman, do you accept the,
Second.
Ms. Miller Anderson, accept the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards.
Comments from the board? Do we want to hear a presentation? Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Comments from the executive director?
Executive Director.
Sorry.
My old job,
Mr.
Mr.
Evans,
Chair.
that's his old one. City manager.
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Attorney Nguyen?
No comments.
Committee reports? Comments from the board, starting with Councilwoman Lanier.
No.
Dr. Spiritus?
So I hope everyone comes on Friday to World Oceans Day event. And I'd like to thank the city manager for doing an excellent job at the Lakeview Park meeting the other night.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Just 2 things. The item that we talked about with the, for the redistricting, I know we said to table it, but I want to see, is it still possible? Are they going to be able to bring additional maps?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
What I plan on doing is having a more robust conversation with them and then outlining what a subsequent plan is, and then having it as maybe whether it's a discussion and deliberation item to get direction from the board so we can at least agree on the basis on how we're going to effectively move forward. So I'm going to ask them, are there different iterations? Because the only iterations of maps that I ever saw were the 3 that were before you.
Okay, so yeah, and so with that, and then, I'm just thinking we're soon to be going into budget meetings, workshops, so I certainly would be open to seeing that again, maybe in August when we're done with, or wrapping up our budget meetings. And the other thing is for the police union contract, could you tell me where did that money come from? I'm assuming it was the $1 million that was put forth. And then I want to know do we have an idea of when the other contracts are going to be coming up?
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With respect to the monies to fund the PBA contract, is obviously it was for a 3-year term. The only component that you are going to pay is for what year 1 and year 2 is. Year 3, we did get some favorable information, but what we're going as it relates from the property appraiser and tax collector. But what we are going to do is propose some reductions in some of the vacancies in the agency to effectively fund not just that contract, but also some other contracts. But it is going to be from vacancies within the agency.
Okay, and, and with that, I know we certainly want to support our officers and provide that additional income. But, I think we really need to think about how we're going to be moving forward on these other contracts as well, because, everybody wants their share fair. So when we move forward with that, I hope that, we think about that when we're doing our budget talks as well during the summer. So thank you. That's it.
Councilwoman
I
Lanier.
forgot one thing.
Of course.
I wanted to ask, when is the next scheduled utility district meeting?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Evans?
I believe that meeting is set for the 18th. The 18th.
I'm about to.
And will there be any updates in regards to the water?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
No, Mr. Evans?
That I believe at that meeting, we will discuss that.
You said the 18th utility district, and then there's something about DR as well that same night?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't recommend that be the night.
Yeah. If I may, let me go back and I'll give you guys a call and get some direction.
Councilman McCoy? Mayor?
I think he's going to give us a call, but I was just about to put the clerk on notice and the chairperson, pursuant to the charter, well, I guess pursuant to our code of ordinances, but which is really interesting, but I think that only applies to regularly scheduled meetings, but I'm going to be out and I'm not going to be here for the 18th. And that presents a conflict. So, Mr. Evans, I called the mayor when I seen this. I was like, Mayor, what is this notice about? And I only found out, I think either today or yesterday, that this was going to, and I guess I suggested this, but we got to kind of be careful. When we call a special meeting surely can't be called for something that we definitively know is going to be on the agenda, like first reading of an ordinance. So, I think we got to be more specific. And I had this planned since I think November last year, and it's a routine Father's Day weekend trip that I take. So I would love to have been there, but I'm out of the country, and it's a hard squeeze to try to get all the way from, Tampa midday back into Riviera Beach on the 18th. Unless, you guys are paying for first class airfare for me and my son and that kind of stuff. And especially considering that, I represent half the city. So maybe, my board members will want to share some of their budget, but it's just
17,000 residents, right? 17,000?
Yeah. I could always come pick you up, councilperson.
Well, I'll come back to.
Thank you, Councilman. I think we'll be getting a call from Mr. Evans. Mayor?
To look at a different date
Yes.
for the whole thing, everything.
Mr. Evans, so the plan?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to have I think the 18th is probably locked in with the item on Lone Pine, because that's already been noticed. And obviously we've been getting a lot of correspondence from the residents of the utility district, but I am going to, I'll reach out to you guys. I have to talk to both parties.
What, Lone Pine? Those
Yeah,
parties?
yeah,
So
as well.
we can possibly change the date?
We could, I'll see. I'll
Okay.
yeah, I'll have that conversation.
I think you have a meeting coming up with them, Mr. Evans, so.
I do, yeah.
Mayor? Mr. Evans, only comments, and the only thing I want to see is the procurement director. This board has done a phenomenal job with making sure that local minority SPE businesses are benefiting. I want to make sure that we are focused on the disparity study, small business equity study for this community, because we've been intentional about making sure the dollars are being spent and kept in the community with small businesses, women business, minority businesses. So if we can see if the director can focus on the data, collecting the data and making sure we move forward with some type of study to focus on small businesses.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With regards to that, we've actually even had a more robust conversation, and we're going to be coming back with some policies that you can do that actually effectuate immediate change, because, the study is well and good, but there's some things that we think we can do as an agency that can really direct dollars into our community. Also to that point, in some of our agenda reviews, and thank you to Councilperson Spiritus, one of the things we're also going to be doing is when we go out for public solicitations, we are going to be posting that on social media and the like, and then providing a description on what those services are. Because as much as we would love for our vendors to subscribe to Demand Star, the reality is they have missed that email. And so if we put it on social media and other platforms that the city has on a website when solicitations are out, maybe we can get some more participation, especially on the local level. one of the other local cities does that. And so I've authorized staff to have conversations with them to facilitate that. So we're really going to be intentional about trying to direct more dollars into the community.
On a federal level, state level, they are trying to disband a lot of the racial equity policy and process. So my concern is the data, making sure that we're collecting the data, we're understanding where the dollars are being spent. The study is one thing, but the policy is exactly what I wanted us to be able to approach. Having the data to justify where these policies are going is going to support what you're trying to do. So thank you for that approach, and make sure that the procurement director is moving forward with that. Councilman?
Thank you. I think I've shared this before, but Mr. Evans, the police department, I don't know if members understand how difficult their job is overnight. I had the opportunity a few times, and I get up in the middle of the night to go to Wawa. It is like a nightclub up there. It is out of control. I literally went there about 2:30 in the morning, and I promise you, members, it was 20 people fighting, and it had to be about 7 or 8 police officers that had to come and break this up. Like, this was the wildest thing that I ever seen. You go down Blue Heron, and I seen this just last night, 2:30 in the morning, and we need to talk about this homeless bill, right? I would hope that the CRA director, we should consider this, at least having our ambassadors or our unit that's assigned to the CRA make contact with the owners, because these no trespassing signs need to be at every single property. LaGranja and the Tiki Hut has become a sleeping quarters. Across the street, I'm seeing people defecate at the smoothie restaurant. I seen someone sleep outside my building last night. It is so bad. Someone threw a brick through Ferguson's law firm. Someone broke into the hair salon. It's like every single day it's a new issue. And I'm just like, I really empathize, but I've seen so many people just strolling up and down Broadway. You'd have thought it was the middle of the day. And I'm seeing officers driving with their lights. There's prostitution going on. There's drug dealing, and it's a whole lot. But if this bill goes into effect, essentially, they're going to be coming onto private property. If they can't be in the park or on a sidewalk, now that becomes an issue on everyone else. And I would like to see, because obviously a city issued no trespassing sign that I understand already gives the police officers the opportunity to find out if someone has a legal reason, and if they don't, they can be charged with trespassing from there. But it's becoming an issue where we're going to drive businesses out of the community. And what I see overnight is it just seems like, to me, I couldn't believe it that this much goes on at night. And to that point, I actually seen where arrest was made, because you got Johns out here trying to pick up prostitutes, and then your drug activity, and it's just nonstop. And then it's vagrants. So we really need to think. In a perfect situation, like, I got an email, members, and I'm sure you may have gotten it. Someone offered to us to purchase the Lone Pine. And, I know how impractical that is, but you know what I thought? That hotel over there on Blue Heron Boulevard, that one that's been run down, that used to be the Budget Inn, that's a perfect place for us to find transient housing, because I don't know how much they utilize those places. But, obviously, I know our budget doesn't permit us to do that, but we got to be able to figure out how do we get ahead of this, because it's already becoming a problem, and we can see that in increased crime. And what I'm hearing and seeing is that all of these people are migrating just from over the south side of the bridge, coming from West Palm Beach, and they're being dropped off. Only to find out just in the past week, and this can be confirmed, we've had 2 people to be found dead here along Broadway. One, I believe, was somewhere here on the Marina, and then down at Jim Berry. So certainly we're having a lot of transient that comes in. Sometimes it's drug addiction, sometimes it's mental illness, but whatever it is, I think we have to do what we have to. And members, I was happy that we were able to come to something that was amenable for our police officers. But, we committed in 2020 to make the police and fire department charter department. So we got to support them, certainly with the resources and definitely with the staffing, because I tell you what, I hate to use the terminology, but they really come out at night, and you see it as like, walking zombies, and it's like, so I think we need to be cognizant of and think about what we can do, Mr. Evans, going forward, because this has been a problem quite a bit lately. Thank you.
Mayor, did I get you? Thank you, sir. With no further business, meeting's adjourned.